Get started. Before we move to Duke's panel, are there any preliminary matters that we need to address? Okay. Mr. Brushworth.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. Good morning to the Commission. The companies call the rebuttal panel of the fuel supply panel, which is Mr. Lee Mitchell and Mr. John Verderame, to the stand.
Good morning. Mr. Mitchell, have you been sworn in? I don't think you have.
I have
you?
not.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get you sworn in and place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Verderame, you have already been sworn in and will remain sworn in.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. Mr. Verderame, as noted, you've already been sworn in and appeared in the direct case as part of the dispatchable generation and fuel supply. So, Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to turn to you. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Lee Mitchell. My business address is 525 South Church Street in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
By Duke Energy, and I'm Director of Fuel Strategy and Planning.
Thank you. And would you please provide to the Commission a general overview of your job description and responsibilities of the company and how you contributed to the development of the CPIRP?
Absolutely. My responsibilities generally include directing enterprise fuel strategy for all regulated Duke Energy electric utility subsidiaries, and more specifically, supporting Duke Energy's generation transition away from coal to cleaner burning fuels, such as natural gas and other developing alternatives. My responsibilities include the management of long-term fuel planning, implementation of fuel-related initiatives, and leading the execution of strategic transactions to improve fuel security and supply to reliably and affordably serve Duke Energy's customers.
Thank you. Turning back to you, Mr. Verderame, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 37 pages and 3 rebuttal exhibits?
We did.
Thank you. And do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony this time?
No changes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And to confirm for the record, there was confidential information that was contained in your rebuttal testimony?
There is.
Okay. And did you also prepare and cause to be pre-filed a summary of the panel's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, at this time, I'd ask for the panel's rebuttal testimony and rebuttal testimony summary be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, the panel's rebuttal testimony that contains confidential provisions along with a summary of the rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I'd also ask that the panel's 3 rebuttal exhibits be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
And seeing no objection, the 3 exhibits attached to the rebuttal testimony shall be marked as identified.
Thank you. The panel is now available for any questions from the parties. I believe there's been no cross time reserved, and that being the case, questions from the Commission.
Okay. You're correct. My notes show that there is no cross-examination that has been reserved. We do have a few questions for the panel. How is Duke addressing electric compressor stations, minimum pressure obligations, and on-site storage for the 3 new CCs that are proposed in the amended stipulation?
I'll start. There are several items there, so maybe we'll start with storage. For the first CC, you can see in the applications, which we'll talk about later this week, that has on-site distillate storage to have that extra layer of resiliency for fuel supply. For the second and third CC, that determination has not been made. what on-site fuel storage may or may not be there. However, it has been kind of company consistent practice, and what was modeled in this proceeding was that distillate storage would be at those sites as well. As far as the electric compression, that is a very site-specific, situational specific circumstance. For specifically the new CC1 that's being proposed at Person County, that will not have electric compression. That will have gas fire compression provided by Public Service in North Carolina. However, as we look and see where ultimately the next CCs will be, again, that'll be very site-specific from the location of where that unit would be. And could you please remind me of the third item?
And just for clarification,
Yes.
when you were talking about the on-site storage, you referred to the first CC, you're referring to the Person County CC.
Correct.
Is that correct for
That
the
is
first
correct.
one? Yeah, and then the third item is minimum pressure obligations.
Yes. Thank you for that. So when we break that out, there's really two considerations there. There's, as we talk about in our testimony, the interstate and the intrastate. And I think that's one thing that's very unique about North Carolina compared to other states that's helps with our resiliency and reliability of fuel supply is we have a very robust intrastate network of both Piedmont and PSNC. So when we talk about pressure at the interstate level, we also have compression at the intrastate level to help repressurize to make sure that pressure gets at adequate pressure to the ultimate delivery site. A lot of other regions or sites just don't have that robustness in pressure. So when we design units such as Person County for CC1, we contract and work with the provider to design adequate compression to make sure we have that reliable delivered pressure that the turbine needs. From the interstate perspective, I would say a couple things. First, historically, the pressure has been very reliable. As the testimony states and as this commission is very aware, Winter Storm Elliott, we did have some reduction, very limited reduction in pressure. However, outside of that, it has been 99.9, I'm not sure how many nines you need to go out, % reliable from a pressure perspective. And again, that's one reason why we have on-site distillate backup at these units so that we can have that on-site resiliency if there was ever any pressure reduction. Going forward, we understand that that is a concern to both this commission and to us. So that's why we're very cognizantly contracting Transco and Southgate and these other contracts to ensure the pressure needs of the system are met.
Thank you. And then can you turn to page 26 of your rebuttal testimony and lines 7 through 20? And in that portion of your rebuttal testimony, you address public staff witness Metz and witness Michna's suggestion about modeling on-site LNG and the next CPIRP. And can you describe the ways that Duke is currently considering modeling on-site LNG?
It's a great question. That's exactly what we're working through right now. Encompass is a complex modeling tool, as everyone's aware, and LNG, the sheer nature of it, if we were to produce LNG on site at a facility, how the mechanics of that work in a model is what we're currently figuring out and why we plan to do it at the next cycle. But what I'll say is, in general, as you can see in this testimony, we agree with public staff. We think that that's something that could be modeled and frankly should be modeled as a way to provide fuel security to the system.
Okay, so that will be modeled in the next CPIRP. You're in agreement with that?
That is our current plan.
Okay, thank you. And then can you turn to page 35 of your rebuttal testimony? And on that page of your rebuttal testimony, you respond to testimony from SIGFER witness Mueller, who has cautioned against retiring coal units prior to the end of their economic useful lives. And can you explain, do coal supply chain issues play into coal unit retirement analysis?
So I'll take that one, Presiding Commissioner Cumberland. Yeah, absolutely. We're really cognizant of the devolving supply chain with coal. And I think we're concerned about, probably four big items. One, the commodity itself, in terms of availability, and price. Two, the suppliers in terms of their dependability, and actually viability going forward. The or the transportation component, basically rail. All our coal is delivered in the Carolinas in rail. But I think most importantly, our issue is around, and I think this plays into the modeling, I think that the lessening competitiveness of coal in the future in the generation stack. And that kind of manifests several other issues. One, around maintaining the viability of the supply chain in terms of rateability and deliverability. I mean, this is a unique commodity that can't be purchased for a season or in really small quantities. Right? It needs to be delivered both from a transportation perspective as well as from a production perspective. So.
And before you give even more information, can you expound upon the challenges with the supply chain issues that you're referring to?
Sure. So I think there are broad issues we've seen since COVID that are around just generally the consolidation in the industry and the impacts that has. There have been shifts in there are structural issues that the producers are suffering in terms of acquiring capital for investment, as well as a labor force that's shifting away from this industry. And I think it's our concern that there's generally a monotonic decline in this industry as the rest of the country retires their coal assets, and the demand destruction that comes along with that. It's just producing, I think, and accelerating over the next 10 years, a situation where there's just not enough volume to keep a really competitive amount of suppliers in place. So what that manifests as is higher prices, less flexibility. And I think that flexibility or that elasticity of supply is really the biggest issue with coal. It's no longer a viable mitigant against gas volatility if we can't buy more to meet demand. So I think that's probably the big issue in terms of usefulness of coal. I think we're going to quickly get ourselves to a position where we can only burn as much coal as we buy, and changes in that demand will be really difficult to meet. So those are, I think, the big supply issues. I think our most critical supply issue is probably in the Central Appalachian region. We're seeing that basin develop quickest as the amount of suppliers dwindles, as well as their focus shifts from thermal coal to metallurgical coal or to export coal. And so there are, that's really, I think, our focus in the short term is the CAP region. But I think in the long term, we're just going to see a continuing series of events that limit the usefulness. And I think maybe a better way to say is increase the risk to customers of relying on coal for too long into this transition.
And you just talked about the biggest challenges, obtaining coal from the Appalachia area. Where else, what other areas are you obtaining coal from? And do you see the same extent of challenges in those areas as you do with the Appalachia area that you just mentioned?
Right. So good question. In the Carolinas, we burn, and I'm specifically speaking of the Central Appalachian coal. That's the region where we have the most risk, and our units have historically been tuned and designed to run on the specific parameters of that coal. So coal is not a monolithic commodity. It has several properties, but one of the biggest ones that we focus on these days is sulfur content. And so that Central Appalachian coal has a low sulfur. It makes it capable of us meeting environmental requirements. But we also buy coal from Northern Appalachian region, which is a bigger region, a different type of coal. And then we also buy coal from the Illinois basin. So there is diversity there. And I think that's part of our strategy moving forward is to be prepared for the eventual the eventual lack of ability to buy Central App coal.
Okay. And for the other two areas that you mentioned, Northern Appalachia and I believe you said Illinois.
Illinois Basin, yes.
Illinois Basin, are you seeing the same supply challenges or difficulties in those areas as
So we
well?
are, and we have seen bankruptcies and consolidations in those other regions as well. But I think that the most robust region is in Northern App. There are issues in Illinois Basin that we're really more dealing with in terms of our other jurisdictions. But I think ultimately you have the same set of problems. You have a smaller set of larger. I think we're going to end up with a very few number of suppliers, and the attendant market power issues that come with that really just create this death spiral of higher prices, lower capacity factors, and then further issues around maintaining supply to fuel the units.
And then related to your response that you've just provided is setting aside carbon constraints. So regardless of those carbon constraints that we're thinking about with House Bill 951, what are the current challenges of operating Duke's coal fleet? You've talked about supply issues, but what about operating characteristics and other problems that you're experiencing with operations of the coal fleet?
I think there are the normal issues around just the age of these units in terms of maintaining them. And I think as the capacity factors drop, I think those issues are exacerbated. But around operating parameters, I think what's key, I think, through line through all this modeling that Mr. Snyder has done is that in order to enable this transition, right, we need fast ramping, flexible resources, and even fully converting a steam unit, a gas unit, a coal unit to steam doesn't change its operating characteristics. It still takes 2 days to start. And needs to run for a certain amount of time, and it's much more subject to the stressors of being cycled right on the metal. They're just not designed to run that way. I think I say in my testimony that there's an operational slot that's developing for flexible, dispatchable generation that these coal units, as they become less economic, just don't fit into. I think that's probably the biggest issue.
Okay. And just to clarify, the existing coal fleet is not fast ramping like some of the other resources that your Duke will be relying upon.
No, and I'm not an engineer, but I know enough about watching the units that coal units ramp at a fraction of what these modern high efficiency CTs or mine cycles.
And I asked you a question about responding to some testimony from SIGPR witness Mueller. Did you also hear testimony from AGO witness Burgess?
I'm not sure I heard all of it, but I saw some of it.
Okay, well, I'll give you a quick summary of what he said. But he recommended that the ELCC values of all gas resources should be discounted based on the firm fuel supply that Duke has secured for its gas fleet as a whole. And can you address your position about his recommendation to reduce the ELCC value of gas if firm fuel supply is not secured?
Yeah, I think there was written testimony about that as well in terms of his contention that we should buy firm transportation for all the gas. I think to start off, I think that would be lovely, but that's an expensive operational luxury that's really just not necessary. And so I'll get to the ELCC part, but I think his base contention was that that's a requirement, right? So we buy and we've managed to our firm transportation from a goal perspective, right, to the combined cycle burn, basically a base load gas burn. Now, we haven't been able to meet that with all our own firm transportation over the last 10 years, but we've met it through our long-term firm, as well as what we buy season. So we feel that is the appropriate amount of firm transportation to buy, because not only it's not just the combined cycles that have access to this firm gas or any of our delivered gas. We buy the gas for the unit, for the fleet, right? And so I think in order, it just, the other thing is as we, on a daily basis, as we burn the gas, right? We sequence the units in least cost to most, most efficient to probably least efficient, I'd say, is the way we sequence gas. So it just, it doesn't ring true that you would limit the capability of the combined cycles. The combined cycles are going to be there. And we're going to have gas for the combined cycles, but we're also, that's not the only gas we buy, right? Every day we meet, every month we set up for the expected gas burn, the expected combined cycle burn. So we'll have delivered gas and we have delivered firm gas. It may not be on our firm, but the gas is available there, and all the gas we buy is firm.
And my last question is, you just talked about sequencing for most economic for gas. Can you tell us a little bit more broadly about doing sequencing for economic dispatch for coal? Where does your coal units, where do they fit in when you do economic dispatch currently?
So we do a 7-day economic dispatch plan. So I think the best way to look at this is the commitment decision around a coal plant is based on how economic it will be for the period that it needs, the minimum period it needs to run. Because there are costs involved with coal plants starting up that are more significant than they are with combined cycles. Combined cycles have some amount, CTs have some amount of fuel required to start them. But generally the coal facilities require fuel oil in a much longer period of time. So when we're looking at commitment for the coal units, it's a function of, can they be on in time? Do they need to be on long enough so that their average cost is lower than it would cost us to bring maybe a more expensive unit on for a shorter period of time. So we're optimizing to total system cost through that 7-day period.
That makes sense. Yes.
And so while they may not, I guess the most expensive units are sequenced, but you may run a more expensive unit for a shorter period of time. Okay. And so coal units these days fall into that range. Combined cycles this week at $2 gas produce $15 megawatt energy. That is probably some of the cheapest energy, certainly in the fleet and in the Eastern Seaboard.
And when you said that coal units fall within that range, do you mean the higher economic range? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Let me check with the other commissioners. Chair Mitchell.
Good morning, gentlemen. Just a few questions for you all. Commissioner Kimwright covered some ground with you that I was going to cover, but will you've talked about delivered firm gas. Will you all define for me what delivered firm gas is? So
when we say delivered gas, it just means that it's supply that we procure that's delivered to Zone 5 and not delivered upstream of our firm transportation to Zone 5. And so it is firm because that's the product we buy.
Yeah, and Mr. Barrett, I'm spot on, but said another way, it doesn't depend on Duke's interstate firm transportation portfolio. It relies on another counterparty's interstate firm transportation portfolio. So it's just a difference in commodity price indices.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. All right. So Mr. Verderami, do I understand your testimony just a minute ago in response to Commissioner Kimwright's questions to be that with respect to the CC fleet, the company procures, either uses its own firm transportation capacity, interstate firm transportation capacity, or procures its sort of long-term firm transportation capacity, or procures it seasonally to ensure that its CCs are served by firm interstate transportation capacity?
Yes, Chair Mitchell. So our strategy has been to date, and I think through these next three combined cycles, that is our target amount of firm transportation. The issue is, since the cancellation of AECP, we've been forced to rely on that third party firm delivered gas more than we're probably comfortable with. And certainly as we add incremental gas, we've reached a point where we can no longer be that dependent on that third party delivered gas. So that's the justification really up to these combined cycles that this 1.7 BCF of firm gas is sufficient owned firm to manage a system, a fleet with three combined cycles.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned, I believe your testimony was in the context of the CC fleet. And I would assume that means the DEC and the DEP CC fleet, that you buy gas for the fleet. Do I understand that testimony correctly to mean that you buy gas when you're purchasing volumes of gas, you're thinking about the fleet in general and you're not purchasing for any one specific unit?
That's exactly right. And if I implied that we're buying for the CC fleet, I misspoke. What I was trying to convey was we buy for the entire fleet of gas units.
Okay.
The combined cycles, the CTs, the DFO units. They all have access to this gas, and that's the kind of volume of gas at this point that we feel provides the fuel security required.
Okay. All right. There's been some discussion in this proceeding about fuel price volatility, specifically in the context of natural gas. Are you familiar with some of that testimony or all of that testimony?
I am, Jim.
Okay. And is it not the case that the company engages in hedging practices with respect to its purchases of natural gas?
Yeah, absolutely.
And can you, I don't want to elicit confidential information, but how much of the total volume of gas that the company has to buy for its natural gas fire generating assets in those DFO units, how much of your fuel is hedged versus unhedged?
So I think it's a little difficult for me to answer that without going into the confidential part of what the targets are. But just generally on the hedging program, it's very mature, it's very methodical, and it extends over 60 months. I could say that. And there are tranches of targets we have within those 60 months that I think, that create that balance between locking in some surety of pricing, but also giving the customer's ability to take advantage of periods like right now. So there's been a lot of testimony, a lot of ink spilled on volatility, but it seems rather asymmetrical. It's all one way. It means volatility is up and down, and I think so. That's why we don't hedge the whole portfolio, even if you could do it. There was a lot of testimony on that as well. So we hedge what we think is an appropriate amount. We review that regularly, with staff, through the fuel hearings. And I think the takeaway is that it's a mature process. It's methodical, and it takes advantage of low prices and sometimes high prices, right, through time. But this idea of dollar cost averaging is really designed to limit, to the extent of the hedges, the volatility and exposure that customers have in any, some temporal condition.
Okay. What do you do, Mr. Verderami, you and your team do to inform your hedging practices or review and ensure that your hedging practices are consistent with industry standard or are where they need to be? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. And I'm not sure I can answer it specifically since I don't execute the strategy. But I do know, and I think as evidenced by how the strategy has evolved over time, when there was an opportunity for us to extend or an opportunity for us to take advantage of the shape of the curve that was very flat, we said, well, maybe it makes some more sense. I mean, I think there are the folks that are in the day-to-day business of speaking to other participants in the market. I think that's how that that check and adjust evolves.
Okay, so the hedging practices of the companies have evolved over time, though.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Verder, this can go to either of you all. It's my understanding that certain CCs in the fleet of CCs across both companies are dual fuel capable, meaning, and they have on-site fuel stored for backup purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is,
Okay. And I don't believe that information is confidential, is it? Which of those CC units has backup fuel?
I don't believe so.
I'm looking at the attorneys. I'm not seeing anything over there.
No,
Okay.
that's public.
I believe it's public,
Okay.
probably EIA filed somewhere.
Okay. It looks like, if I recall, I think Buck and Dan Allen don't have backup fuel, but the other CCs do have backup fuel. Does that sound right?
There's 3 combined cycle units that do not. It's
Maybe
Dan River,
WS Lee.
Buck, and WS Lee.
Okay. Okay. So I think I spoke over Mr. Mitchell when he was speaking, but I think he said Buck, Dan River, and WS Lee do not have backup.
That is correct.
Okay. So who makes the decision to convert a CC to backup fuel if and when that decision is ever made?
So primarily, we make that decision based on economics. And this is one of the, I think the issues with Zone 5 and the constraints of a supply to Zone 5 that when the system is stressed, the natural gas price can go to above, right, the dispatch price of oil. So I think that's primarily when we'll make that decision. We may make it for operational considerations as well, which the ECC would have a role in as well. But primarily it's economics,
Okay. And has it ever happened?
which would be us. I'm sorry, I didn't answer the question.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry I spoke over you there. All right. Has the company, have you all ever converted CCs to backup fuel at any point in time since they've been in service?
I can't say for sure, other than for testing. I'm not sure we run combined cycles. It's not when we're in a situation when we are utilizing the fixed amount of oil we have, that's probably not the best place to use it. Just because they consume so much fuel oil, that when we're concerned about replenishment, and that is the issue with fuel oil in general, is we keep 50 million gallons of the stuff around, but when you need to burn it and replenish it, likely everyone else is in the same situation. So there's a constraint around trucks and supply.
Yeah.
So we will burn oil kind of at a limited rate in the CTs, which aren't quite as efficient, but also don't burn so much of it, burn through so much of it.
Okay. So do I understand then your testimony to be that you prioritize the use of that backup fuel for the CTs? Is that a fair way of understanding what you've just said?
In practice, that's the most efficient way for us to use it.
Okay. Commissioner Kimmerite went through several questions with you related to the existing coal fleet, and I'm not going to cover that ground again. But did you all happen to hear the testimony of public staff witness Metz when he referred to the natural progression of the coal-fired fleet?
No, I do not, but
Okay. Well, the way I understood his testimony was that there's a natural progression to this fleet. It can't stay in service forever. Certain of the units have been in service for many decades now, and at some point in time, those units have to be taken out of service. To the extent that that was the intent of his testimony, do you all agree with that?
I would say there is a life cycle, and it's a function of not. I know, this is probably a reliability question more than my question, but from an economic perspective, yes, I think there's a point where it doesn't become in customers' best interest to continue to pour capital into aging plants. Say from that perspective, as well as everything I said earlier around the devolving economics of.
And if I may add, when you look at the non-intermittent generation, the coal steam units, the gas plants, their role will continue to change over time. As we continue to have more intermittent resources, you're going to see the burn profiles of those units continuously get more volatile. They're not going to have those base load runs. They're going to really get hit hard during the peak periods or if intermittent weather occurs. So to witness Verderrame's point, the way these coal plants were designed doesn't facilitate that. We really need these new turbines or the existing turbines there that do have the ancillary abilities to backstand those units where the coal plants just don't.
Okay, and again, I know I'm not talking to the reliability panel here, but what can you all tell me about those coal units that the company has invested in to convert them to fire natural gas as well? Why can't we keep those on for many more decades, given that they can burn gas?
So I'll start that with, I think that was a industry leading type of decision we made, with your support. And I think we've been able to, over the last several years, take advantage of the price differential between gas and oil. I'm sorry, gas and coal. But I think as fully converted gas units, again, they don't really, you can't create these operational parameters that you need through the transition to as we integrate more intermittent resources. So I think from that perspective, and the other perspective is once you don't have coal on the ground as your backup fuel, I think that's the big benefit that those units have right now. Take that away, and now you've got to backstand that. I think you've heard testimony around this, and I'll just reiterate that in a world where incremental firm transportation is not infinite, I think you have to start thinking about, is that the best use, right? A 10 heat rate combined or a steam unit versus a 6.5 heat rate combined cycle in terms of using your limited amount of gas.
So, all right, I just want to make sure I understand that last point you made correctly. So you correct me if I've misunderstood. If we are considering a limited amount, if we are considering that the companies have access to a limited amount of gas, then the company has to make the decision as to whether to divert that gas to a unit that's going to use it less efficiently or to a unit that's going to use it more efficiently. And the coal units that have been converted use that same amount of gas less efficiently.
I would say that's exactly what I said, but with the slight tweak of not so much supply, but the firm transportation that we need if you're going to count on this capacity through the wintertime.
Okay, so it's more of we've got limited ability to get the gas to the plants, not necessarily the molecules of gas that you're worried about. Is that right?
Yes. I think-
Okay. Okay. Let's see, I'm almost finished here. Mr. Verderrame, you spoke about, or one of you all spoke about the lead time to fire up these coal-fired facilities. It can take 1 to 2 days. And I assume that's sort of different as you look down the line of the fleet, that some of them may come on more quickly than others. Is that the case?
There is some variance there, but I don't think any of them are available in less than 24 hours.
Okay, so 24 hours. So let me ask my question this way. For those units that y'all have converted to run on gas, that conversion to firing gas didn't expedite the time to get that unit online?
It does not.
Okay. All right. There's been discussion in this proceeding, testimony in this proceeding about a 25-year hedge. Do you all remember that testimony?
I do.
And discussion, that the big banks, I think Bank of America was one of them, and it may have been JP Morgan, the other that was mentioned, had provided some insight into the availability or the willingness to sell a 25-year hedge. Just in what you all know from your positions of procuring fuel, is a 25-year hedge, well, first of all, would the company purchase a 25-year hedge at this point in time?
So, as I listened to the testimony, it didn't sound like to me that there was a proposition that we should actually buy that hedge, right? It was more to set a benchmark. And so this is where I'm struggling getting my arms around where that was going. I'll say we have talked to banks about similar long-term hedges. And I think from a practical perspective, I don't think that could be really, I don't think we provided the number that should be provided, right? Because the gas burn is not monolithic, all right? It changes through time, it changes through month, through season. And so every time if you actually went out to a bank and asked for this, it's not 25 years of X amount of gas 24/7. You're going to actually hedge it. You have to really look about, in order to have an effective hedge and not you have gas hedge when you don't need it and not enough gas when you do need it. It's got to mimic what your actual demand's going to look like. And you start layering on those type of parameters into the hedge, I think every one of those adds a risk premium that the seller is going to add. And so I think what you end up with is a number that's not representative at all, I think, of the actual burn.
Yeah, and I just add liquidity is a big part of this too. You know, the financial market's very liquid out 5 years. There is limited liquidity 10 years, but we're not familiar with anything 25 years because who's on the other side of that hedge?
And I don't think that's a hedge, right? That's as speculative as
Exactly.
as anything, right? Because prices can go lower. We see prices lower right now. And then using that number against, that snapshot in time, that forward curve is a snapshot. You look at a year ago, look at a year from now, it'll be different, right? And you use that as a benchmark against the system you're going to be building. I think that's speculative in its own right, right? Unless you're going to get somebody that says, okay, I'll give you the price for every solar plant you're going to build in the next 10 years, or every battery, right? There are other components of the fleet that have commodity risk as well, be it lithium or cobalt. Lithium prices quadrupled, quintupled, right? A couple of years ago, right? So unless you're going to lock all that in, and I don't think anyone will give you that price for all the solar and batteries and wind you're going to have for the next 10 years, you've locked one side of the equation and not the other. So I think I'm not sure there's any useful.
Okay, thank you for that testimony. All right, last question for you. So how do you all respond to the concern that allowing the company to go down to plan for the addition of additional gas-fired generating capacity exposes its customers to this fuel price volatility, to risk associated with the price of the commodity? What are you all going to do to make sure your customers are as protected as they can be, while also balancing your obligation to provide reliable service? Can you just well, let me let you answer the question.
Well, I think that what comes to mind initially, of course, is to continue to maintain our hedge program. In all commodities have volatility. That's that's kind of a component of of burning fuel. So I think maintaining a portfolio that's balanced, right? That has gas exposure, or as long as we need it, has coal exposure, but it's also balanced with other non-fuel generation, I think is kind of the macro approach, but on a closer to the actual fuel burn approach. I think we will continue to maintain, with your support, the hedging program. I think that is our bulwark against price volatility.
Yeah. Two things to add to Witness Verderame. One, the firm transportation contracts that are outlined in our testimony. The closer that you get to production, generally the lower the volatility of the gas price. So right now we have more exposure to, as we talked about earlier, delivered gas in the Carolinas. If we can get access to more gas markets outside the Carolinas, that will inherently lower the volatility as we have increased access to supply. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we talked a little about storage. If you have on-site storage, whether it's distillate, LNG, or some other fuel, that can mitigate that price risk. If you don't have to go buy that market gas and you have that on-site storage, that is another mitigant to the volatility.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your testimony.
Commissioner Duffley.
Okay, all of my questions have been asked already, but I just want to make sure I heard what you said with respect to the hedging question that Chair Mitchell asked. As you heard, the live testimony of witnesses, Erlob and Alderfer, I think, Alderfer. They really wanted to use that 25-year hedge price as well as the 10 to 15-year hedge price that's liquid for planning purposes. And so I think I heard your response was that's too speculative. Is that an accurate statement, or is there anything that either of you want to add?
So by speculative, I just meant that the forward curve does change through time. And I think if you were going to say, here's a cost of 25 years worth of gas, and I can, build solar and wind and batteries, and they're cheaper, I think that may be a today solution, right? The speculative part is, I think to me, anytime you're making a decision that locks you in based on a point in time analysis, and I think that's what that's the speculative nature of that, as well as I think anytime you're going to take and make a hedge, right? That's not, if you get 25 years worth of gas, it should take you 10 or 15 years to acquire that amount of gas, right? Through an appropriately, balanced acquisition period, right? You can't just go out and buy it all today. That's speculative, because it could all drop 20% tomorrow. And then did you do customers any good?
Yeah. And if I might add a couple things, just for clarity, if you look at the 10-year hedge now, it's around $3.50, and that was last week. So it's likely lower as the markets are, going lower at the moment. So it's lower than what's in this plan, the 10-year hedge. It's significantly lower. And on top of that, one thing I would like to clarify for the record here is they were talking about volatility not being taken into account in the plan.
Right.
It absolutely is. So when you look at what we modeled, the fundamental pricing, we looked at, and this is the modeling panel, but we can speak on behalf of them on this topic. They took a combination of the EIA, Annual Energy Outlook, which is a very customary fundamental plan to look at, but also IHS, which is now S&P Global, which is arguably the market leader in this space. But let's just talk S&P Global. I'm more familiar with them. When they do their fundamental pricing out the curve, it's not a static number throughout the year, price-wise. And also different geographies, different part of the countries, they have different pricing. And why is that? Is because they take into the account of the variances of supply and demand and take into the account that pricing changes. So, today's perfect example, gas at Henry Hub is $1.80. This winter, it's going to be higher because the market is implying there's going to be higher cost volatility when there's higher demand at that season, that point in the seasonal structure. So just wanted to clarify that and happy to take any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll try not to be redundant and be quick. Winter Storm Millet, first outage Duke had in the history of the company. Is that correct? To that magnitude?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. And so over the history of the company, what's been the base load? Coal?
Over the history, yeah.
Yeah, but so it's been a dispatchable, reliable base load.
Yes, sir.
You stated about the consolidation of the industry, et cetera, and I've seen some of that as well. But I was reading an article where coal sales are up roughly 8% this year, and that you said it was very difficult to monetize that. There's still a great deal of coal available in the country, is it not?
Oh, there absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
There's a great deal of coal in the ground.
Yeah, well, I say that because in June I was in Wyoming and went by Gillette, Wyoming to a strip mine operation, and I saw at least, and I've got a picture on my phone of at least 10,000 loaded coal cars.
Yeah.
So who's buying that coal? It's low sulfur. It's what you need. I think probably the rail cost would prevent Duke from the availability of that. But there's still a great deal. Is coal being, because of its carbon emissions and the rap it's getting now, you see a move countrywide to, as the demand gets smaller, you're going to say the price goes up. Is that what you were alluding to, sir?
There's a couple things to unpack there, Commissioner. One, I think probably what you saw was Powder River Basin coal, that we.
Can you speak a,
Yeah, I'm sorry. So probably what you saw was Powder River Basin coal, that we do not burn here in the Carolinas for a number of reasons. It's volatile, and I think to your point, it's a long way away. But the coal we do burn, and I think that's part of the what's going on in the Central App region is that these plays are there is not the coal is harder to extract and gets more expensive. So I think that's two things. Two of the things, but yes, I was saying, and it's a little bit counterintuitive that as demand goes down, price goes up. But I think it's a function of the loss of economies of scale at these facilities, right? These are very capital intensive industry. It's a capital intensive industry, right? So if you're spreading, you have to buy X amount of excavators and explosives and workforce to operate the mine. Those fixed costs, right, get spread across lower volumes. That incremental cost you need to recover goes up.
Okay. Siegfried Muller testified that Duke should not be ramping down the use of the plants, the coal plants too soon because it's going to drive up the cost as we incur debt to decarbonize. Do you agree with that? And if you would, just as Chair Mitchell questioned, I don't know the range. How old are some of the coal plants? I know Buck Steam Station is probably 80 years old.
Some of these are 60. I don't know the exact age, but they're
Right.
are at least 60 and 70
Right.
years old. But certainly by the mid 30s, they'll be 70 years old. So I think as a threshold, I don't believe that the carbon goals that run in conflict or tension with customer interest, right? Because I do feel that as just responding to what the rest of the country is doing, right? Not what Duke Energy is doing, that the requirement and demand for coal is dropping to a point where it will become more expensive.
For my own edification, what's the difference in the amount of carbon is put in the atmosphere one of your 70-year-old coal plants versus the new CC? You know the range on that?
So roughly half.
Half. So it's going to be half better for the environment to put these new CCs and CTs in, right?
Half better for, yes.
Okay. All right. Let me think. Just one more note here. Well, I think when Witness Muller testified, he was talking about the fact of energy costs going up because of the requirement to purchase new equipment, new means of being able to have dispatchable, reliable power at least cost, but it's still going to raise the rates to make those kind of capital investments. So you aware that his implication, I think, this is my opinion as far as what I think, he thought that in his testimony that companies would be moving offshore because of the high cost of electricity. You're aware that China has over 3,000 coal plants, commissioning one a week. India is doing the same thing. Turkey's doing the same thing. Vietnam's doing the same thing. And here we are in the US and Europe trying to decarbonize. And these folks, whatever we do, is going to have little or no impact as far as what I read there. I mean, what do you think about that long-term scenario?
So it's a little, Commissioner, a little out of my scope of policy. I think just strictly from an economics perspective, right? Whatever the policy the United States is adopting, and I agree. I've read all the all the production about China and stuff. But the reality of it is, for for us, for Duke Energy, for our customers, as domestic supply dwindles, or domestic demand dwindles, right? The focus on some from the coal suppliers turns to these markets, right? It just needs to, it's economics, right? So that further, I think, limits the ability of, there's this idea of devolving economics, but the idea of the devolving supply elasticity is just as important, right? These units, in order to be effective, right, need to be able to adapt to changes in demand. And I think that's really the thing that the domestic coal market is going to lose.
Yeah. And I've been to China. I had the opportunity to be there for 2 weeks. My sinuses were burning, my eyes were
Yeah.
watering. The atmosphere over there is difficult. I don't know how those people make it. I'm glad every day to look at that Carolina blue sky and see what Duke and others are doing to try to reduce emissions. Thank you, sir, for your answers. Thank you,
Thank you.
Presiding Commissioner.
Okay, so we've gotten through commission questions. I'll turn to questions on commission questions. Ms. Kress.
Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Verderame, you were having a discussion with Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite regarding domestic supply chain challenges with the existing coal fleet. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
And are you aware that there was a net increase in coal capacity worldwide in 2023?
I think Commissioner Tucker speaks to, I think his question speaks to, where that, what's driving that.
So
Hey,
yes.
Mr. Verderame, can you be sure to speak directly into the microphone for
Yeah,
the
I'm
record?
sorry.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, Mr. Verderame, yes, you are aware that there was a net increase in coal capacity globally in 2023.
So I don't know what you're exactly looking at, but I'm not surprised that there are changes in, coal demand year to year. My testimony is more about where we see the coal industry going in 10 years, right? And what our concerns are, what the signposts are, and what the risks are for customers.
And would you agree, subject to check, that 69.5 gigawatts of coal capacity was commissioned in 2023?
I can't agree with that. I'm not really sure what you're looking at.
So is your testimony that you're not aware of global coal capacity in 2023?
Well, I'm aware that global capacity is increasing. I just don't have that. I can't validate the number you're looking at. Sorry.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Grant Snyder on behalf of the Clean Energy Buyers Association. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite asked you all about on-site storage. I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but can you confirm, will there be on-site storage for CCs 1 through 3?
For CC1, which has a CPCN filed, it does have on-site storage. A CPCN has not been filed for CCs 2 and 3 yet.
Okay. And is the plan for it to be LNG or distillate storage?
The subject to check, the modeling, generic modeling assumption for CCs that in this plan is for it to be distillate storage for CCs.
Okay. And if there is a loss of pipeline pressure based off of the specifications that you have now for storage, how many days could you burn the distillate fuels for?
Well, regardless of your first part of that question, it would be 2 full load burn days for the design of the CC.
Okay, thank you. And Chair Mitchell asked you all about fuel price volatility and hedging, and I believe you all said a 25-year hedge would not produce a meaningful number to include in your modeling. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and it's fair to say that Duke does not include the cost to hedge for all these years that we've talked about in its generation selection process, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And are you all aware that the commission has directed Duke to include a natural gas hedging value to calculate avoided costs for purchases from PIRPA qualifying facilities?
That I can't speak to.
Yeah, that would be Witness Snyder.
Yeah.
But yes, I believe, subject to check, that they moved to more of a 5-year and 3-year blend, which is representative in this plan.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Looks like questions from Duke.
No redirect.
Okay. So that comes to the end of commission questions, and I'll take a motion from Duke.
Thank you. The companies would move the 3 exhibits of the natural gas and fuel supply rebuttal panel.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. You may
Thank
step
you.
down and be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Dirac, before you call your next panel, I want to provide some information about the schedule today. We are endeavoring and believe we will be able to do this to complete the hearing today, if at all possible. So we are going to take a slightly later lunch. We're going to be breaking for lunch at 1:30 so that we can attempt to complete the hearing this afternoon. With that, Mr. Dirac, you may call your next panel.
Thank you very much. At this time, Duke Energy calls the long lead generation and pumped hydro panel back to the stand.
Good morning, gentlemen. I believe that all 3 of you have already been sworn in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, then you remain sworn in, and Mr. Dirac, you may proceed.
And if you will give us 1 minute, we'll get name tags to assist the court reporter. Mr. McIntyre, I'll direct these questions to you on behalf of the panel. Mr. McIntyre, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 19 pages?
It did.
Do you have any changes or corrections you need to make to your pre-filed testimony, rebuttal testimony?
We do not.
If I were to ask you, the panel, the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And just to confirm, your rebuttal testimony does contain confidential information, correct?
Yes.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed a summary of the panel's rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, this time I would ask that the panel's rebuttal testimony and rebuttal testimony summary be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and the panel's rebuttal testimony containing confidential provisions, along with a summary of the rebuttal testimony, shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you very much. The panel is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Ms. Kress, I believe that Sigfer is first.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. If you could please turn with me to your rebuttal testimony, page 17. Beginning with line 3, there's a question asked of you. Do you agree with Sigfer's statement that the costs related to subsequent license renewal, or SLR, of the existing nuclear fleet are not included in the CPIRP? And the panel begins its response to that question with no. Do you see that testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please turn with me to, and it should be in one of those binders in front of you, Sigfer's potential cross exhibit number 71. And Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, this document has already been admitted into the record as Sigfer 2 and 3 cross Metz, Thomas, Lawrence, direct and supplemental exhibit 2. Thank you. And Mr. Capps, do you have that document in front of you?
You said exhibit 71?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and do you see that this is a data request from Sigfer to the company's data request number 4-8, in which Sigfer asked the companies, please explain what costs are included in the CPIRP and what costs are not included. For example, are the costs associated with the nuclear 20-year license renewals included in the CPIRP? And do you see, sir, that the last sentence of the company's response states the CPIRP does not include the nuclear second license renewal costs, since these costs will be the same in all portfolios modeled and do not differentiate portfolio costs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. No further questions.
NCSEA is next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Justin Similovsky on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Mr. McIntyre, I would like to revisit the SIGFR long lead and pumped hydro storage panel direct cross exhibit 1, which was pre-marked as NCSEA potential cross exhibit 85. You don't need to go to it. I'm just refreshing you because it's been over a week and a half since we started this conversation. Presiding Commissioner Camerata, I got leave to present this exhibit that was out of NCSEA's binder. May I approach and pass it out as at this time? Okay, Mr. McIntyre, just to refresh your memory, you recall about a week ago, I directed you to a footnote in that.
Before we begin, is this an exhibit that was pre-filed?
This was not. This was an exhibit that was requested to be moved into the record, and then I got leave on redirect. Excuse me. I got leave to do the questioning on this exhibit in rebuttal during the direct testimony. I went in, I pre-marked it, and I circulated it to all the parties and updated NCSEA's index. So everybody was aware of what was being on deck to be presented. And I brought copies for the commission, the court reporter, and the parties.
Okay. And was this, refresh my recollection, was this exhibit, has it already been admitted into the record, or are you going to be asking that it be admitted into the record?
I'm going to be asking for it to be admitted into the record.
Okay. Okay, I'll let you proceed with identifying the exhibit.
Okay. And Mr. McIntyre, I directed you to a footnote, which turned out to be the Steely and Duffy 2021 Cost of Wind Energy Review.
Let's stop there. We need to have the exhibit identified first before you ask questions, please.
I'm so sorry. Presiding Commissioner Camerata, at this time, NCSEA would like to ask the exhibit I just passed out marked as NCSEA long lead and pumped hydro storage panel rebuttal exhibit 1.
So I think we need to go back and can you explain, refresh everyone's recollection of the discussion about this exhibit? Because this is clearly a late filed exhibit that you are bringing copies. But can you explain what happened on previous days in regard to this exhibit?
Yes, previously in the long lead direct panel, Counsel for SIGFR introduced one of NCSEA's pre-marked exhibits into the record and used that exhibit to benchmark the economic feasibility of offshore wind in North Carolina. Okay. And that was using a federal policy statement. And this is the document that I just passed around is the actual footnote that grounded that dollar value cited by SIGFR's counsel. And I just wanted to clarify how that is distinguishable from what was actually presented to the commission.
Okay, you have refreshed my recollection, and I see no objection from any of the parties to this exhibit. So it will be so marked as Exhibit 1. And thank you, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Apologies for the
roundabout course.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. McIntyre, may you please turn to page 22 of the report that was just passed out?
I see it.
And can you confirm that the very last bullet point on that page reads, the fiscal year 2022 levelized cost of energy is $73 a megawatt hour, 2018 USD, after being converted from 2021 USD to compare against the GPRA, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And subject to check, it's been a while, but you would agree that $73 a megawatt hour is what was cited by SIG Council?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And that $73 a megawatt hour in 2018 US dollars does not capture the macroeconomic conditions being experienced across all energy industries and the economy generally in 2023?
I suppose that's correct, yes.
Can you also now go to page 39 of the exhibit I just passed out, please?
I'm there.
Thank you. And do you see in the first bullet of this page that the levelized cost of energy values for the 2021 representative fixed bottom offshore wind plant were estimated at $78 a megawatt hours?
I see that, yes.
And that represents 2021 USD. So that's still prior to 2023 and the economic conditions, correct?
I see that.
And if you could go look a little deeper on that page, on the table on page 39, that the representative fixed bottom offshore wind plant is a 8 megawatt offshore wind turbine. Do you see that? Should be in the heading of the second
Oh,
column.
yes, thank you. I see it in the heading.
Great, thank you. And then finally, I'd just like you to go to page 57 of this exhibit, please.
I'm there.
Thank you. And in that first row of that table, you also see that the representative fixed bottom offshore wind plant is a 600 megawatt project, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you walking through that. And do you have a copy of the long lead and pumped hydro storage panel exhibit 1? It was appended to the direct testimony of this panel.
I'm not sure that I do. Tell me what exhibit 1 was.
It was the offshore wind area valuation.
Yep, I do have that.
Great, thank you. And when you get there, can you go to page 2 of 7, please?
Yeah, that's good. Okay, I think I'm there.
Thank you. And the second full paragraph on that starts, on February 28th, 2022, the companies hosted a feedback session with the developers, D&V, and the public staff in attendance. During the feedback session, the companies provided details for the upcoming evaluation process, including timeline and scope, and presented an Excel-based request for information, RFI file, which detailed the specific inputs requested from developers. Do you see that?
That's what it says, yes.
And just for clarity of the record, should that read February 2023, February 20th, 2023, not 2022?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then further down on that page, it says the evaluation began immediately after the RFI feedback session with developers, providing contact information for their RFI coordinator. And that period was February 28th to April 5th, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, Mr. McIntyre, was the wind energy area evaluation measuring costs in 2023 US dollars?
I was not part of the evaluation, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. Fair enough. I will move along then. Could you go to page 4 of 7, please?
I'm there.
And if you see in the
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer may be heard.
Yes, Mr. Dirac.
And I may be incorrect. It appears that the questions here are directed towards and are reviewing things that were discussed in direct testimony. So I guess we'd object to further lines of question unless there's a clear nexus to their rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, and can you please respond and specifically about how your questions pertain specifically to rebuttal testimony as opposed to direct testimony?
Thank you. Well, I got leave to ask these questions during the direct testimony panel, and I am just clarifying a use for the exhibit that will be helpful to appropriately inform the commission of what was presented earlier in direct. It's not a long line of questioning. I'm just working through a few more questions and it'll be done shortly.
And are you referring to the exhibit number 1 that you have just marked for identification?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection and allow him to continue with some additional questions in regard to this exhibit.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre, back to page 4 of 7, you can see that the RFI, the developers were asked to submit projects for an 800 megawatt project supported by 14 to 15 megawatt turbines, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So is it fair to say that the levelized cost of energy goal cited in SIGFR Cross Direct Exhibit 1, not an apples to apples comparison to the wind energy area evaluation?
I think anytime you are endeavoring to calculate a levelized cost of energy for one project over another, it's important that the factors that are part of that calculation be consistent.
So just to clarify though, that a 8 megawatt turbine in the document cited in the exhibit today is significantly smaller in scale than the 14 to 50 megawatt turbines requested in the RFI process.
The document you provided did imagine a 600 megawatt facility using 8 megawatt turbines, but without seeing the calculus of the LCOE that was conducted as part of the NREL study, it would be impossible for me to ascertain the extent to which those are apples to oranges comparisons.
Okay, well, Mr. McIntyre, nevertheless, this RFI conducted by DNV, it has been your testimony that it did not result in definitive feedback, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the RFI conducted by DNV in 2023 was a non-binding process, correct?
That's correct.
And the ARFI, as proposed in the amended stipulation, is a more binding process?
I think we endeavor it to be as binding as is practicable.
Great. So with that endeavor in mind, and the company seeking updated pricing information from the wind energy area developers, the companies then will take that updated levelized cost of information and apply to future carbon plan IRP proceedings.
I believe that the purpose of the ARFI goes beyond just calculating an updated LCOE. As we've noted, I think pretty exhaustively during the direct portion of this process, the RFI did not provide the type of definitive information that we as an organization and this commission as a regulating body would need to make informed decisions on the path forward as it relates to offshore wind. So while I presume that new LCOE information would be used in future modeling, the intent of the ARFI goes far beyond just the calculation of an LCOE.
Understood, but it's part of the inputs that they would collect, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So understanding that this ARFI process is to get updated pricing information, among other things, is it fair to say that some of the pricing data from the 2023 RFI stale?
I think that one need only look at the developments in the industry to understand and appreciate that the cost information associated with offshore wind is an evolving metric. I mean, we need to look no further than the blade liberation that happened at the Vineyard facility some weeks ago to understand that this is an industry and a sector that's still in some measure of turmoil. And so while one might characterize the costs that were received during the RFI as stale, I think it's safe to assume and say that every one of these proceedings generally uses updated cost information for all of the resources. So just as one might presume that the data received in the RFI was stale, you could also say that natural gas generation or natural gas prices from 2 years ago is stale as you relate it to today. So I can appreciate the perspective of the question, but I think the point of the ARFI is to essentially refresh information that was already gathered and collect additional information that will inform this commission on future decision making.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Mr. McIntyre. You're familiar with the expert report prepared by NCSEA's witness O'Brien and Moore, correct?
I believe that I am.
Thank you.
You
And
could provide a title for that report.
it was Appendix 3 to their direct testimony. I'm not going to ask you distinct questions on it.
Okay.
And subject to check, would you agree that O'Brien and Moore were using what became SIGFR Cross Long Lead and Pumped Hydro Storage Direct Exhibit 1 not for the aspirational levelized cost of energy goal, but to identify federal efforts to facilitate and finance the development of investment in transmission infrastructure solutions for offshore wind?
I actually have that report in front of me, so if you could direct me to a specific page and line, I'd be happy to confirm that.
Great. Can you go to page 29, please? I appreciate you having it on hand.
I see that.
So if we're looking at the middle full paragraph, that was the one I was just referencing that cited the advancing offshore wind energy, now known as SIGFR Cross Long Lead and Pumped Hydro Storage Direct Exhibit 1.
Are you referring to the Connect initiative?
Yes.
I see that.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect from Duke and Mr. Dirac, we will continue with redirect for about 5 or 6 minutes and then take our morning break.
Duke Energy has no redirect.
Okay, so then we'll move for the next 5 minutes to questions from the commission, beginning with Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you. I just have a few questions for you, basically related to the stipulation agreement and the paragraphs dealing with offshore wind, which are paragraphs 27 through 34. And I think most of this you will be familiar with. You may not have to go back and look at it, but I guess wanted to give you some idea where I was headed with the questions that I have. And it's more or less, I'm trying to get my arms around the way it is envisioned that the timing will be executed as it relates to the ARFI, and I refer to it as ARFI rather than the acquisition request for information. And likewise, how this will evolve in terms of the appointment of an independent evaluator, those type of things. Now, if I were to look at the stipulation as it is right now, it talks about going ahead and having an RFP, getting it out within 90 days of the time of order is entered. And then it gives an outside date of, I think it's July 30th of 25, where everything would be reported out. And there are also provisions here about identification and a process for establishing the independent evaluator. Now, I know that there's been discussion of having this independent proceeding, and of course that is provided for in the stipulation as well. How long do you think it will, first of all, take to conduct an RFP and get in the meaningful data that's actually needed to, proceed in the right direction, understanding that a part of that is going to be developing the asset acquisition reference price and all of that entails. So how long is realistic for getting that done? And when is it likewise realistic to open up that separate independent proceeding? Because we've had, people testify that it would be great to go ahead and get that done as soon as possible. So can you comment upon your thoughts relating to the way that timeline will work?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner McKissick. I appreciate that question. So I think you note rightly that the stipulation is silent on a lot of the details. It certainly does lay out a schedule whereby the ARFI is issued within 90 days of an order. And then the results of that ARFI come back on July 30th to this commission. I think that timeline was constructed in consort with the stipulating parties to provide what we believe to be sufficient time, albeit it's a pretty narrow window, but sufficient time to get the information that we believe is critical for this commission to continue to consider offshore wind in the future. Now, that schedule sort of presupposes that there are ongoing dialogues with stipulating parties, developers, potential independent evaluators. So by no means does this schedule preclude the parties from having dialogue as we enter into the fall to prepare for the issuance of an ARFI. And in fact, I would argue that it's probably not possible to construct a process that results in the kind of data we're looking for without having that early dialogue. So while we think this timeline it works if we begin to have a collaborative process sort of on the front end before this commission has issued an order.
And in terms of the timing of this separate docket to deal with the AFRI, when do you envision that might be established? I mean, what's anticipated at this time, knowing, I mean, granted, this is short on specificity and detail, but I'm just trying to get my arms around what exactly it is that is being proposed, and if it's a realistic time frame considering the undertaking that's contemplated.
So as it relates to the separate docket, I believe, and certainly would defer to council to a certain extent on this, but I believe the intent was to open a docket for the explicit intent of receiving the ARFI, the results of the ARFI. In terms of timing, I couldn't speak to when it makes sense to open that docket, but certainly it stands to reason that docket will receive this information that's contemplated in the stipulation, as well as information relevant to offshore wind that other parties may want to enter. I agree that 90 days for issuance, and then I guess if you work out the math,
5 months.
Yeah, 5 months to get the work done is a short timeline. However, I think that we would endeavor to issue that ARFI in advance of that 90 days. If we can take advantage of the balance of 2024, have dialogue with developers, just as we did when we were constructing the RFI, maybe find out from those developers if they have preferences for an IE. Do they have opinions about how DNV did? By no means is it a foregone conclusion that DNV is the IE that would be selected in this case. They've I think, got a great track record. I think everybody involved believes that they did a good job during the RFI process. But we're not presupposing that DNV is going to be the IE in this case. We would solicit feedback from the developers on the selection of that IE, as well as many of the types of questions that are going to come up during that ARFI process. How should that ARFI be structured in a way that most efficiently gets us through that very short period of time with the type of data that we're trying to get?
And Commissioner McKissick, before you ask your next question, it's time
time.
for our morning break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, come back on the record at 12:40, and then we'll break for lunch, as I mentioned, at 1:30. Thank you, and we'll go off the record. continue with questions from Commissioner McKissick.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, if I may interrupt, I apologize.
Mr. Draft?
One just minor procedural item, and I apologize, Commissioner McKissick, for interrupting your questions. But if I could, it's come to our attention that our rebuttal panel of Jordan Morgan and Paige Swafford, referred to as the EIR panel, it's been brought to our attention that they have no cross-examination scheduled for them, and the commission has no questions for them. So the companies would, at this time, with the commission's leave, make a motion that the witness panel of Jordan Morgan and Paige Swafford be excused from appearing, and that their rebuttal testimony be entered in the record at the appropriate time. And it consists of, I'll get the page number here for sure.
My notes say 50 pages.
50 pages, that's correct. And it does have confidential information in it. So if the commission would allow that to be moved in the record at the appropriate time.
And Mr. Director, I believe they also filed a summary of their rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
They did. Thank you very much. I would also ask the summary be moved in the record at the appropriate time.
So seeing no objection, the panels, EIR loans and financing panels, rebuttal testimony containing confidential provisions along with a summary of their rebuttal testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time. And I will also receive a motion in regard to, I believe, 5 exhibits that were attached to the rebuttal testimony.
That's correct. With your leave, I would move those 5 exhibits into the record.
Okay. Seeing no objection, the 5 exhibits will be entered into the record at the appropriate time. And the witnesses for the EIR loans and financing panel will be excused from the proceeding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner McKissick, you may proceed.
Sure, thank you. Couple of follow-up questions. I'm sure you've heard the testimony of Avangrid witnesses and Total Energies and of course others who represented different interveners in this proceeding. But in particular, Avangrid, Total Energies talked about being involved in the process early on, relating to the contents, data that would be secured going through the ARFI process, and likewise in looking at the way the costs will be established. So I guess I'm trying to find out from you, how do you see that working? Because of course they certainly bring experience to the table and perhaps a perspective that otherwise might be missing that could be valuable, particularly in helping to establish this asset acquisition reference price. So how do you see it and how do you envision it functioning? Because certainly the stipulation is void of any information relating to who's going to be involved in this process other than perhaps Duke, the public staff, and the independent evaluator.
It's a great question, and I think you're right, Commissioner McKissick. I think the stipulation, as it's written, does indicate that asset acquisition price is developed by the companies in with consultation or in consort with the IE. Certainly, the public staff will likely play a role, and I can appreciate that the developers certainly will have significant things to offer as it relates to the broader ARFI. But in the case of the asset acquisition price, this is, from my perspective, really sort of a modeling threshold. It's really a number that is going to be used to help inform the extent to which offshore wind becomes a selected resource. We've got a process for sort of developing that price today. Certainly the IE will bring its thoughts to bear. The public staff will bring their thoughts to bear on how that price is calculated. Ultimately, it's going to be used in a resource modeling exercise to help inform, again, the extent to which the resource is or is not selected. In terms of the developers themselves, they're going to have a tremendous amount of value add to this process, I believe. The larger AR5 process, we're going to understand their preferences as they relate to acquisition, contracting, if it's a build, own, transfer sort of model that they favor, what are their progress payments look like, how's the financing work for all of that stuff, what are the risks, how are they characterizing hurricane risk, all those sorts of things. So you're absolutely correct. And I think I remember hearing, in particular, the witnesses for Avangrid use the word eager to describe their posture as we move into participation in the ARFI. So 100% agree. Those developers are going to bring a tremendous amount of value to the larger ARFI process. And we look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with them on the front end to make sure that that process is structured in a robust fashion.
Yeah, I would think their involvement at the front end would be imperative to really bring to the table perspective that otherwise would be missing.
Yeah, we agree.
And likewise, there was discussion about in a stipulation, it provides that there's going to be transmission costs built into the asset acquisition reference price. And particularly one area which I know Avangrid and Total Energies expressed concern was the inland transmission expense, which typically developers would not be responsible for. Are you able to speak at this time as to how that type of cost might be disaggregated, or how it, if it's included, how that might occur? And perhaps it's premature to raise that question since you're not gone through the process yet, but I think it is a important issue that's going to need to be addressed. So if you have thoughts about it at this time, it would certainly be insightful to hear what they are.
I think you're correct. I do think that at this time it would be premature to sort of articulate what's in and out of from any perspective as it relates to the ARFI. I would defer to our transmission panel with any questions specific to onshore system upgrade needs that exist to accommodate the resource offshore. But I agree, it is absolutely an important consideration, and one that we'll think through in a deliberate fashion as we're sort of constructing that ARFI and providing direction to the developers.
Also, the stipulation, establishes these deadlines for issuing an offshore wind RFE as well as filing information that may come back. But does this timeline allow for maximizing federal tax credits as available under current law, if you know?
I believe it does. As I understand the current investment tax credit, production tax credit space in the IRA, construction has to commence by 2032, I believe. And we believe that the timeline that's been laid out in the stipulation still puts North Carolina on the path for the potential of integrating the first 800 megawatt tranche by 2033, which would by necessity mean construction sometime prior to 2032. So I believe that it does continue to position North Carolina to take advantage of those important incentives.
And I know I've heard testimony, perhaps not from your panel, but from others during the course of this proceeding, that based its assessment as it relates to tax credits on the potential for tax credits being extended. What are your thoughts as it relates to that? Are you making that assumption? Are you making the assumption everything takes place along the timeline that's been proposed and that does not assume any extinction of tax credits that would otherwise expire?
I believe our assessment assumed extension of the tax credits through 2050, subject to check. I think that's correct. I would likely defer to our modeling panel, perhaps. They could sort of provide more clarity on how specifically those tax credits are incorporated into the model.
Okay. And I'm going to shift gears a bit to deal with another issue that is provided for in the stipulation other than offshore wind. And that's, I guess, paragraph 36B, which deals with the Bad Creek 2 pump storage hydro expansion. And perhaps, Mr. Smith, you could best address this. But it talks about authorizing Duke to incur up to $165 million of development costs for Bad Creek 2. Now, does this $165 million, is that inclusive of the $40 million that's already been authorized in the initial carbon plan?
The 165 includes the 40 million, so
it
it's a
does
total of
include the
165 million.
All right, that's what I wasn't certain of, whether that was separate and apart or not.
Understood.
Very good. I think that really covers the questions I had that were in my mind as a result of the testimony that's been provided on rebuttal. Let me thank you for your clarity in addressing those issues, but at this time, I don't have any further questions, Presiding Commissioner Cameron.
I have one follow-up question from Commissioner McKissick's question related to the ARFI and the asset acquisition price. Mr. McIntyre, I believe that you testified that determining the asset acquisition price is more of a modeling exercise, and therefore having input from Avangrid or Total Energies is not something that you believe would be useful or helpful to Duke. Is that correct?
I think the way that the stipulation reads, it certainly it's the responsibility of calculating that asset acquisition price in the company's court in conjunction with feedback from the IE and input from the public staff. And honestly, an understanding from our modeling team of how they've generally priced and used price of offshore wind in their modeling of resource portfolios. So I think it's largely a company, IE, and public staff responsibility. Now, if the IE and the public staff think that there's an opportunity to incorporate additional information, I'm sure that we can do that.
I want to ask a little bit more of a detailed question than what Commissioner McKissick asked. So Avangrid and Total Energies, I think what they are particularly interested in with the input for the asset acquisition price is the transmission costs. And I recall the panel for Avangrid stating that they have the experience and the expertise with transmission for offshore wind. Can you respond specifically to their request that they be permitted to be part of the development of the transmission cost as far as an input to the asset acquisition price? Because I think that their particular interest for that pricing was transmission costs. So can you speak specifically to that?
So I heard that testimony. I can appreciate that, particularly in the case of offshore wind off of the coast of North Carolina, transmission is a sizable expense. I would probably defer to the expertise of our transmission panel. I think similar to the RFI, where we identified a point of injection, we would do the same in the case of the ARFI. So a common point of injection for all of the potential wind energy areas. And then, of course, that point of injection has to get to essentially that substation, if you will, where you're going to transmit inland. The extent to which the onshore costs are or are not included, again, I think there's value in understanding from our transmission folks sort of how those costs ought to be considered. And I would say the same about, I'm not a transmission expert, so the same about any sort of transmission costs that are needed to get to the point of interconnection. Those are going to be different depending on the wind energy areas. And I think it'd probably benefit from having a transmission expert sort of help answer some of those questions.
So I'll defer my question to the transmission panel then about what their position is about whether it would be helpful to have Avangrid and Total Energies participating in determining the input for transmission for the asset acquisition price. That's all the questions I have. So that brings us to the end of commission questions, and I will take questions on commission questions.
Just one. Commissioner Justice Malofsky on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Commissioner McKissick asked about incorporating the developers early on in the process and focused more on the acquisition reference price. I'm also curious on the possibility of bringing in the developers into the development timeline being, let me rephrase. Should a development project come in under the acquisition reference price, it is the companies that get to develop a timeline and executable actions to start procuring that resource. Wouldn't it also be beneficial to have the developer, particularly the one that had that project that came in under the reference price, be part of that procurement timeline and execution plan development as well?
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer.
Mr. Girak.
I would object to this question. Obviously, questions were asked regarding a narrow issue in which the developers might be involved in the RFP process. I don't think that opens up an entirely new line of questions with respect to further areas in which offshore wind developers would be necessarily be involved in this process.
I'd like to hear from you. I do believe that your question goes beyond the scope of Commissioner McKissick's question. If you can tell me specifically how it relates directly to his question, but my listening to his question is this went beyond his question.
Well, my view is that we're talking broadly about the extent that the developer should be incorporated into the development of this ARFI process. And part of the ARFI process, as stipulated, goes into the development and procurement of a timeline of executable actions that that flow through the acquisition reference price to be developed.
Okay. So objection sustained. This goes beyond Commissioner McKissick's question. Any additional questions? Okay. Any questions from Duke?
No questions from Duke.
Okay.
I
Mr.
just
Smith.
have one. I'm sorry. I was trying to formulate it in the most succinct way possible. Ben Smith, Robin Good Renewables. I think I just have one question. Commissioner McKissick's question about the wind developers being involved in the ARFI process. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you seem to answer that that the developers would be an important part of preferences for the acquisition and some of the business side of the deal. Do you recall that?
Yes, among other things, yes.
And as I recall, you also sort of said that the modeling input aspect of it, which you see the value of the ARFI providing, that they would not be included in that process. Do you recall that?
I recall that we acknowledged that the stipulation sort of clearly outlines who and who is not party to the development of the asset acquisition price.
Okay, so my question is, do you think that offshore wind developers like Total Energies or Avangrid Renewables with considerable experience would bring some information to inputs that would be included in that modeling that might be valuable for the companies?
I certainly acknowledge that Total Energies and Avangrid have some experience, albeit somewhat limited, in the North American market. There are a myriad of data that we're going to be pursuing via the ARFI, and they're going to be helpful in helping formulate what that ARFI looks like, and certainly helpful in sort of thinking about the path forward once that ARFI is issued.
Has Duke Energy's, going to what you just said, has Duke Energy's built and developed an offshore wind asset in North America?
We have not.
No further questions.
Any questions from Duke based upon those last questions from Mr. Smith?
No questions.
Okay. So with that, I'll receive motions. NCSEA, I believe, has an exhibit.
Yes, thank you. At this time, NCSEA would like to move into the record NCSEA Cross Long Lead and Pumped Hydro Storage Panel Rebuttal Exhibit 1.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. That comes to the end of testimony from this panel. Thank you for being here and testifying. You may step down and be excused.
Thank you. At this time, the company calls the transmission and interconnection panel to the stand.
So good afternoon. You were both sworn in previously, so I'll just remind you that you remain sworn in.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon at this point.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you were both sworn in, you both presented direct testimony and presented your supplemental testimony earlier in the case. So Mr. Roberts, I'll start with you. Did the panel cause to be pre-filed in the docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 62 pages and one exhibit?
That's correct.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And to confirm, your rebuttal testimony does not include any confidential information?
That's correct.
And did you also prepare and cause to be pre-filed a summary of the panel's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, I'd ask that the panel's rebuttal testimony and summary of rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, the rebuttal testimony and summary of the rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. I'd also ask that the panel's one rebuttal exhibit be pre-marked for identification to be entered in the record at the appropriate time.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed and the one rebuttal exhibit will be marked as identified.
Thank you. So, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, last week, I believe with the presentation by Mr. Dodge and Mr. Witness Ragsdale, the NCMC and SIGFER presented a proposed stipulation that was accepted into the record as a hearing exhibit. And that stipulation was not pre-filed in advance of the hearing, and so and was also not addressed new information and effectively arguments that the company through their rebuttal testimony did not have an opportunity to address. And so with leave of the commission, I'd ask for a brief opportunity to ask Mr. Roberts a few questions about that stipulation.
Before I ask if there's any objection to this, I will note that when I allowed the stipulation into the record, I indicated that Duke would have the opportunity to provide illicit testimony in regard to the stipulation on rebuttal. So with that, I think your motion is consistent with my direction to all of the parties. Is there any objection at this point? Okay. Seeing none, you may proceed and your request is allowed.
Thank you. And very briefly. So, Mr. Roberts, I'm going to start with you, and these questions will be primarily directed with you. Were you here for the presentation of the stipulation by NCMC and SIGFER last week?
Yes.
And are you generally familiar with the terms of the proposed stipulation that those parties have presented in the docket?
Generally, yes. I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And would you agree that it, through a detailed set of provisions in substance, asked the commission to impose requirements on the companies through its order in this carbon plan proceeding to affect the CTPC transmission planning process and how the companies will evaluate public policy projects and future multi-value strategic transmission or MVST projects?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And would you agree with me that that's a FERC jurisdictional process that's established under the now approved attachment N1 of the company's or transmission tariff?
Yes, it is under FERC jurisdiction.
And in your review of the proposed stipulation, is it your understanding that the parties are seeking for Duke in its assessment of future public policy and multi-value strategic transmission projects to assess costs and benefits in such a way that would inform future cost allocation approaches that could be recommended by CTPC participants?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And do you have concerns with the stipulated recommendation or approach of developing a framework for alternative cost allocation recommendations?
Yes, I do have concerns, and specifically, the companies do not plan to change the load ratio share method of cost allocation. It's been supported by FERC with respect to our attachment N-1 filings, and also, wholesale and industrial retail customers don't benefit any differently than all the other classes of customers that are connected to our network transmission system. All benefit from network transmission expansion with respect to identifying and constructing and placing in service the right projects.
And Mr. Roberts, can you speak louder and more directly
Yes.
into the microphone? We're having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Thank you. In your rebuttal testimony, you generally address arguments at pages 49 and 50 from NCMC and SIGFR that and take the position or establish that they made similar arguments at FERC challenging the load ratio share approach to cost allocation. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And can you provide a little bit more detail on that testimony in the context in which they challenged the proposed cost allocation approach for new MVST projects?
Yes, I can. So my recollection is that both NCMC and SIGFR filed protest with respect to our FERC filing for approval of our attachment N-1 changes. And that FERC's ruling was that the load ratio share cost allocation method was not unjust and unreasonable with respect to local projects, including multi-value strategic transmission projects.
Thank you. And was this in the context of a December 29th, 2023 order by the FERC where the company was proposing to revise your attachment N1 section of the, or excuse me, the, attachment N1 to approve the MVST process?
Yes, that's correct. My recollection of the order was that FERC included those statements in that order or in that letter, as well as requesting us to remove a $5 million limit on projects that would be covered by the new attachment N-1 process. Sorry. With respect to the new local transmission planning process.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, I would ask to have pre-marked a late filed exhibit. The company's, this is the FERC order, which was referenced by Mr. Roberts, 185 FERC 61-244. This was submitted to the commission yesterday, so I do have hard copies here, and so would pass those out at this time.
Yeah, please pass them out to the commissioners and to the court reporter. Mr. Brusher, when you asked to have this, assuming you're asking to have this exhibit identified, we'll need to have you provide your argument about why there's good grounds or good cause for entering it into the record.
Absolutely. And if the commission's preference to take judicial notice of this FERC order, that would be fine. But I think there's clear good cause in light of the proposed stipulation that was presented in the middle of the case, implicating the need to elicit this testimony on direct at this point in the proceedings.
Okay. Is there any objection to this exhibit? Seeing no objection, I agree that there is good cause. Good cause has been shown, so you may go ahead and identify the exhibit.
Great, thank you. Mr. Roberts, would you accept that this is the exhibit or the order that we were just discussing, order rejecting filing without prejudice dated December 29th, 2023?
May I receive a copy?
You don't have a copy? Really?
Can you ask your question one more time?
Except, would you accept this is the order that you were referencing in your testimony a few moments ago?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And on order paragraph 63 and 64.
Mr. Brushworth, have you actually identified the exhibit yet? And
apologies, Presiding Commissioner. I thought I did that at the outset when I asked to present it, but I will. Can I please identify and pre-mark the exhibit as Duke Energy? We'll call it. What would your preference be, since this is not the redirect phase of presenting the panel? How would you like the exhibit to be marked?
So let's identify it as Duke Energy rebuttal, transmission, and interconnection panel rebuttal exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Unless you've got a better way to describe
Well,
it. Since it's not on
there's-
direct, and it's not
uh,
cross, it's not redirect.
Duke Energy rebuttal, transmission and interconnection panel rebuttal exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1, correct.
Thank you very much.
It will be so marked.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Roberts, if you could briefly turn to paragraph 63 and 64, which are on the bottom of page 24 on to 25 of the order, please.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, and in paragraph 63 of the order, that's, I believe, consistent with the testimony you were just giving that says that the FERC considered and rejected arguments by Carolina Industrials, Electricities, and NCMC's argument regarding the cost allocation and proposed cost recovery approach to for the new MVST categories of projects. They did not find that that was unjust and unreasonable. Is that
That's correct.
consistent with your recollection? Okay. Do you have any additional color to share with the commission about the order and what the FERC ultimately decided?
Well, I mean, they do state in item 64 that based on what the protesters presented, they have not shown the commission should depart from its longstanding policy of rolling into transmission rates the cost of network transmission facilities, like the ones that will be planned through the CTPC process. And they go on to talk about the multi-value strategic transmission planning process as part of that process.
Thank you. And do you have any other comments for the commission on the proposed stipulation and the continuing reasonableness from Duke's perspective of the current cost allocation approach?
Yes. From Duke's perspective, all network transmission customers do benefit from network transmission expansion. So, I mean, there's amount of prudency and being cost effective, which I feel that we have definitely demonstrated with respect to the RZEP 2.0 projects. And I'm sure we will demonstrate going forward with any MVST transmission projects that will be presented to this commission.
Thank you. And through the ongoing multi-value strategic transmission study process the company's undertaking through CTPC, you are evaluating the cost and benefits of new potential transmission upgrades. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And can you briefly touch on those categories of costs that the companies through the CTPC have identified and what you would plan to study?
Yes. So I'm referring to a copy I have of the 2024 Multi-Value Strategic Transmission Study Scope document that was recently posted to our website for tagged stakeholder review.
Presiding Chair, to the extent Mr. Roberts is reading from this document, I don't think this document has been asked to be admitted as an exhibit here. I believe Duke did make a late filing, second supplemental redirect exhibit filing last night that included this document. If it's possible to have for council to be aware, have that document, or the commission to have the document that Mr. Roberts is being asked to paraphrase, I would appreciate it.
I was just asking him if we were going to address these categories of costs and benefits. If it's the commission's preference, we do have a copy of it and we can make it available as another late filed exhibit. I wasn't planning to do so, but if that would be helpful with the commission, we can certainly do so.
So, Mr. Dodge, do you need to, do you prefer to have a copy of the exhibits that you can, during this period of examination?
Yes, Duke did file this last night, or yesterday, I shouldn't say last night, but August 4th, with the purporter that they just admitted as asked to be admitted as a late filed exhibit, this MVST study scoping document. I anticipate if they're asking questions on this, that other parties should be also able to ask questions on this late file exhibit. So I would request that if it's seeking to admit it, ask that it be admitted, and other parties also be allowed to follow up on questions on this late file exhibit.
And we're not asking it to be admitted at this time. It's not a late file exhibit. It's just a proposed redirect exhibit if needed. And so this is my last question of just quantifying the costs and benefits that the company plans to evaluate through the MVST study. So
go ahead and ask your last question, and then I will make a ruling after lunch on your objection or your motion.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
So, Mr. Roberts, again, I think part of this stipulation is attempting to elicit or require the company, direct the company through the carbon plan IRP order to for this commission to dictate what costs and benefits will be assessed through the FERC jurisdictional transmission planning process. And just to confirm, I think you were explaining that the companies through the CTPC have already developed a proposed list of cost and benefit categories that you're planning to evaluate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you provide a general overview of what those are?
Yes, things like production cost savings. If you lower the energy needed at peak, theoretically, you can lower the capacity needed to serve that load at peak. Avoided transmission investments. Other things like reliability or avoided customer outages, I think is what we term it in the study draft.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and, Ms. Kress, did you wish to be heard? Okay, we're going to go ahead and before we continue with questions from cross-examination from Mr. Dodge with NCEMC, we'll take an early lunch so that we can come back with a ruling on Mr. Dodge's objection. So we will come back on the record in 30 minutes at let's say 1:40. We'll come back on the record. So we'll go off the record now. I rule on the motion. Mr. Brushwork, I want to provide a more clear identification of Exhibit 1 that you identified. Let's have that Exhibit 1 be identified as Duke Redirect on Rebuttal, Transmission and Interconnection Panel Rebuttal Exhibit 1. I think that'll make things a little bit more clear.
Thank you.
Okay. And before, Mr. Brushworth, is there something else you want to say?
When you said you were going to rule on the motion, what specifically?
Okay. So it was an objection from Mr. Dodge. Is that correct?
It was an objection. I think I didn't characterize it clearly, but I think the counsel for Duke was referencing documents that had been provided as a redirect exhibit and asking his witness to respond to that. It's nearly served rebuttal. I recognize the commission was allowing parties to respond to the partial stipulation that was late filed. These documents came in and introduced new information into the proceedings. My request really was to have that document admitted so other parties could similarly ask questions. If Duke is going to be provided the opportunity to ask questions of that exhibit, I would just simply request that the other parties also have that same opportunity.
May I respond just briefly?
Yes, Mr. Bradford.
And to be clear, I just asked him generally what categories of costs and benefits the company was planning to evaluate through the CTPC process. So I think Mr. Roberts introduced the concept that there was a study scoping document. So I wasn't intending to ask specifically about that document.
And Mr. Brushworth, the document that has been discussed by Mr. Roberts was Duke Energy Potential Redirect Exhibit 34. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was that exhibit served upon the parties?
It was.
Okay. And the exhibit index, was it updated to include the identification of the Duke Energy Potential Redirect Exhibit 34?
It was.
Okay. So I'm going to overrule the objection. It is within the discretion of Duke whether to ask that the Potential Redirect Exhibit 34 be entered into the record. And other parties have the opportunity to ask questions specifically related to Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to that exhibit as he has already testified. So with that, any additional questions, Mr. Brushworth?
No additional questions, and Mr. Roberts is, and the panel, excuse me, is available for questions from the parties and from the commission.
Okay. Mr. Dodge with EMC, I believe your first step.
Sorry, excuse me, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, Christina Kress for SIGBR. In light of Mr. Breitschwart's redirect on rebuttal, SIGBR had not previously reserved time to cross-examine this panel, but in light of Mr. Breitschwart's questioning at the outset of this panel's testimony here this afternoon, SIGBR does have just a few brief questions on cross-examination, if that would be permissible.
Okay. So are you making a motion to, for the commission to allow limited cross-examination by SIGBR?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objection to SIGBR's request?
Just to observe that the implications of this purported stipulation is resulting in surrebuttal upon surrebuttal upon surrebuttal. And so I don't have an objection to cross if the commission, if it's limited and the commission thinks it would be beneficial, but that's seems to be the result that the path we're going down.
There's been no objection. Your motion will be allowed. However, I will indicate to both NCEMC and to SIGBR that your questions have to be very specifically limited to the stipulation and very limited in scope. So Mr. Dodge, you may proceed.
Presiding Chair, or Commissioner, just a clarification. Presiding Commissioner, am I commencing with my cross-examination or just limited cross based on the redirect here? I just want to clarify if I should begin with my regular cross-examination.
So the process that we will hear is, Mr. Dodge, you may proceed with cross-examination related to the stipulation and then any additional cross that you had reserved. Ms. Kress can provide cross-examination limited specifically and only to the stipulation. And then I believe that SACE has reserved some cross-examination that will be general cross-examination, not to the stipulation. So does everyone understand the process?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So Mr. Dodge, you may proceed.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Mr. Roberts, good to see you again. I think most of my questions are going to be directed to you. With regard to the redirect exhibit that your counsel for Duke just request be identified, the FERC order. Do you have a copy of that document in front of you?
Yes, just to make sure, this is docket ER 24-314000, issued December 29th, 2023.
Yes, that's the document. So on paragraph 63, which I think you previously were citing, you could turn to paragraph 63.
And Mr. Dodge, before we go any further, let me make my ruling clear that if any party wishes to provide cross-examination limited specifically to the stipulation, please make a motion now, because you will be allowed to have cross-examination that is directly tailored and limited to the stipulation. So I want to make it clear that any party that wishes to do so has the ability to do so if you make a motion. Okay.
Do I need to?
No, Ms. Kress, I've already allowed your
Thank you.
cross-examination. So seeing no additional requests, Mr. Dodge, you may proceed.
Thank you. The last sentence in that paragraph, I'm just going to read it directly. Tell me if I read this correctly. Therefore, we believe that the existing method for assigning costs of local projects among Duke's transmission customers is beyond the scope of Duke's proposal. Do you see that sentence?
Yes,
Right.
that's part of the whole of 63.
And so, to be clear, is it your understanding that Duke did not make a proposed change to its cost allocation method? It proposed the continued use of the load ratio share for all projects under attachment N, and did not include a proposed revision to its cost allocation.
And Mr. Roberts, we're still having trouble hearing you, so if
Sorry.
you could speak up
Excuse
and
me.
directly into the microphone. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, so, I mean, FERC included the language with respect to load ratio share being an appropriate cost allocation method.
And did FERC at any point in this order state that it was inappropriate for cost allocation to be considered to have a conversation related to that, as opposed to changing the method?
So I don't recall FERC stating to have a discussion around cost allocation associated with this letter.
Right. I'm going to, subject to check, I'm going to read from a Duke's answer in that docket, a statement that was made by Duke. And this is in Duke's December 7th, 2023 answer in that proceeding, in which Duke stated that concerns that existing commission-approved LRS allocation for network transmission will not be appropriate for any and all potential MVST or public policy transmission projects is speculative and must be rejected. However, should such a project be proposed, nothing in the current filing or the terms of the local planning process would prevent Duke Energy from proposing revisions to its existing cost allocation methodology. Would you agree that Duke in its answer stated that it would not be inappropriate to consider other cost allocation methodologies?
Yes, and I believe in answering one of Mr. Bryceworth's questions this morning or in the afternoon, that I responded that Duke doesn't have any intent at this time to change our load ratio share cost allocation method that's approved by FERC.
Right. And again, so it's true that nothing prohibits Duke from integrating a conversation about cost and benefit allocation in the local planning process, or that nothing prevents Duke from considering a revision to include a different cost allocation methodology.
So with respect to cost allocation in your question, that would be correct.
And with regard to the customers that are bearing costs under this load ratio share, would you agree that there are transmission-only customers of Duke's that would bear costs associated with these projects under a load ratio share?
So once again, the stance is that all network transmission customers benefit from network transmission projects.
Benefit. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have on the partial stipulation. Thank you.
And Mr. Dodge, do you have additional cross-examination questions that you would like to ask that are not specific to the stipulation?
I do, Presiding Commissioner, and I'll proceed with those if that's appropriate this time.
Yes, please do.
All right. Mr. Roberts, you discussed the cost-benefit analysis in your rebuttal testimony on pages 37 and 38. If you want to turn there, this is regarding the cost-benefit analysis for the RZEP 2.0 projects that were completed.
Okay, I'm on page 37.
All right. So in that paragraph discussing the cost benefit analysis, is it your position that the cost benefit analysis, this is responding to public staff witness Met's concerns, I believe, that the cost benefit analysis information was communicated fully to the public staff and other interveners in this docket?
See, yes, subject to check. There were data requests associated with cost benefit analysis. We even reviewed the cost benefit analysis results in the transmission advisory group meeting where public staff attends such meetings. And so, yes, I think the information associated with cost benefit analysis, sufficient information has been provided.
And, excuse me, and the categories of benefits calculated you described here were resiliency and reliability benefits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's your position, similar to the position, say, by your counsel last week, that the discussion of these benefits were provided in their entirety to all the parties in this proceeding?
To the extent that they had access to the data request responses and or attended the TAG meetings, I believe that's correct.
With regard to the TAG meetings, the responses, the cost benefit analysis was provided to all members of the TAG meetings. The
ones that attended, registered and attended the TAG meeting.
Presiding Commissioner, I'd like to offer an exhibit at this time, if acceptable. The document was pre-marked as NCEMC Potential Redirect Exhibit number 4. But I would request that it be identified as NCEMC Transmission Panel Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit number 1. Mr. Roberts, I believe I put the notebook in front of you.
Number 4 or number 1, I'm sorry.
Number 4 is in the notebook, sorry. For the, actually, I apologize, it's the redirect, so it's going to be the white tabs at the back. Sorry, I combined the redirect and cross in the same folder.
And Mr. Dodge, it will be so marked.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts, this is a response to a data request from NCEMC, and it says that you prepared this response. Did you see that?
Yes.
And the document referred in this data response was to public staff data request 46, which addressed some of the cost benefit analysis information that was provided. Do you agree?
Yes.
And would you agree that in this data request, in data request 2-3 from NCEMC, we asked Duke to provide supporting documentation for the cost benefit analysis that was conducted by Duke?
Yes, you did.
Right. And if you turn to page 2 of the request, and I'm going to read directly from the center, the answer portion from Duke. So it reads, in response to part A, for the reliability value shown in column D of the attachment titled Public Staff DR 46-7 Cost Benefit Analysis for Proposed RZEP Project. It's an Excel file. Apologize for the file name there. Duke Energy uses an industry standard product, Copperleaf product suite, to evaluate projects and perform cost benefit analysis. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
All right. And then it goes on to say that the reliability value and the ICE value is calculated using integrated models in Copperleaf. Therefore, copies of work papers showing specific calculations for each project are not able to be produced. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
All right. So Duke did not provide work paper supporting the calculations to any party, did they?
We provided sufficient information in this response to understand how the cost benefit analysis were calculated.
Did Duke provide the asset conditions or the inputs used in the model to any parties?
No, I don't believe we provided like asset age, probability of failure, that sort of thing.
So Copperleaf is basically a black box and we're just supposed to accept the results?
I mean, it's ICE, the interruption cost evaluator is an industry-wide tool developed by DOE, and a lot of other utilities use that same tool to evaluate cost benefit analysis.
And to emphasize, the only values that Copperleaf used were reliability and resiliency. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Roberts, we talked about where was the CTPC provided copies of this Copperleaf output or information?
No, the CTPC was not.
And Mr. Roberts, you provided a list of meetings of the CTPC in your rebuttal testimony. I should have referred Commissioner Chair Mitchell to those when she asked this question last week. At any point in this proceeding or over the last 2 years before the CTPC, have any members of that organization expressed agreement with Duke the Oversight Steering Committee of the CTPC agreement with Duke that load share ratio was the appropriate cost allocation mechanism for public policy and MVSD purposes?
Explicitly expressed agreement, not that I'm aware of.
Subject to check, would you agree that in the last 2 local transmission plans, members of the OSC, non-Duke members of the OSC have included statements from reserving the right to challenge or dispute allocation of costs for projects that were not reliability or economically driven?
Subject to check, let me turn to the 2022 plan to see what information was.
I believe it may be around page 29, but I'm going from memory there, so.
Okay, the information I have is pages 26 through 28 of the 2022 through 2032 plan. It talks about DEC and DEP requesting acknowledgement from the NCUC on the 14 RZEP projects, obtaining such acknowledgement, and then subsequently, I believe, subject to check, there was a January meeting to discuss the results of the report, and then there was a vote in February approving the report. I think this is the section you're referring to. Parties also noted other cost allocation considerations, including but not limited to the potential unfavorable consideration of Duke's carbon plan expenditures, including public policy projects, the different approaches to allocation of network upgrade cost under state and federal interconnection procedures, and the potential for cost increases or overruns are beyond the estimates on which analysis of the RZEP projects were based, including affected systems. That's all I can see associated with. Oh, here's another section. Throughout the consideration of these public policy projects, the NCTPC and during the NCUC carbon plan proceeding, parties raised concerns concerning appropriate cost allocation of these projects, including the potential disproportionate nature of the anticipated cost to be incurred by DEC and DEP, and the benefits to be received by their respective retail and wholesale customers. And I would say to that, however, since that time, the revisions to attachment N-1, which all the OSC party participants were a party to reviewing and providing input, were submitted to FERC, and FERC came back and said that the load ratio share cost allocation method is not unjust and not unreasonable.
Yeah, and I think we've covered that earlier in this proceeding. That was speculative, raised whether or not it was speculative at that time. Thank you. So back to the cost benefit analysis. you have indicated the high range of these projects being as high as 34 times the cost, the benefits being 34 times the cost.
That's correct. There was one project that was 34 that has a lot of customers fed from that line.
Can you help us understand why that project wasn't identified or proposed as a reliability project earlier rather than being raised at this time as a MVST project?
Right. So as reliability projects are identified by our TPL 001 NERC standard study, and evidently with the range of contingency screening that's done with P3, P4, P5, P6, and P7, although I don't think we utilize P7 for that screening of TPL projects. It was not identified to experience overload in that TPL study. And so thus it wasn't identified as a reliability project.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to return to the MVST scoping document that you referred to earlier in your discussion with Mr. Breitschwert. That was identified by Duke or included in Duke's redirect exhibits number 34. Would you agree that that document has been accepted by the Oversight Steering Committee as reasonable for circulation within the TAG group, but that document does not mean agreement has been reached on the categories?
So the 2024 MVST study scope document was reviewed and approved to publish as a draft to the website for tag review and tag feedback. It's following the CTPC process. And so any comments that the tag members provide back to that study scope draft will be discussed at our August 12th assumptions meeting, once again, part of the process, where we had to review the assumptions, methodology, and criteria associated with studying these scenarios that have been proposed by the TAG.
And so the buckets of benefits that you were describing earlier as part of this MVST scoping project, does Duke know how it will quantify those buckets, is contemplating using for the MVST process?
So do we have all the tools and exact methodology associated with calculating those benefits ironed out? I would say, no, we don't have everything 100% at this point in time. So that will come toward the end of the process, which will look at any solutions being generated, which will be next spring.
And Mr. Roberts, would some of those costs, you mentioned production cost savings in particular, would some of the costs being realized on the energy or production side, such as congestion or fuel savings categories, benefit the production or energy customers rather than the transmission customers?
So once again, all of the benefits are basically going to be benefits for the majority of network transmission customers in DC and DEP.
So fuel savings will be realized by transmission customers?
Most customers, yes, especially Ms. Cress's customers.
And Mr. Roberts, in your direct testimony, and this is related to the discussions about transparency in this process, you apologize, losing my train of thought here. Are you familiar with those reports, the semi-annual transmission planning progress reports that are filed with this commission?
Yes, I am.
And during cross-examination, you also referred to Duke's OASIS page and information being made available pursuant to Duke's OAT on that page. Are you familiar with the OASIS page?
I'm very familiar with our OASIS.
Great. And would you agree, subject to check, that Duke provides quarterly and annual updates on the OASIS page regarding transmission, projected transmission rates to its transmission customers, which includes both retail and wholesale customers?
We do periodically update our transmission service rates, yes.
Right.
And post to OASIS.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner, I'd like to have two more exhibits identified for cross-examination purposes. These were originally identified as NCEMC potential cross exhibits 2 and 3, and I would request that they be identified as NCEMC transmission panel rebuttal cross exhibits numbers 2 and 3.
They'll be so marked.
And Mr. Roberts, you have a copy of that document in front of you? These are cross exhibits, I believe, so not, I think you're back at the front in the colored tabs now. I apologize for the shared notebook. Numbers 2 and 3.
Okay, 2 has a lot of confidential information redacted.
And the documents are not, if I can clarify, the documents are not confidential. However, there are emails redacted on this for privacy purposes, but the document should not be viewed as confidential. It's just removing emails from the email list for privacy purposes.
Thank you for the clarification. And Mr. Roberts, again, can you speak directly into the microphone?
Sorry.
Mr. Roberts, have you seen these documents before?
So I am not familiar with these emails.
Okay. But subject to check, would you agree that this is an email chain from Duke personnel to its transmission customers, a series of emails dated related to the June 13th, 2024 transmission customer stakeholder group?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Right. Are you familiar with Mr. Steve Collis, who provided the initial email?
Yes, I know Steve.
Can you turn to the last page of the exhibit?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree that this chart shows an increase in projected transmission rates over the next 5 years? This is for Duke Energy Progress. I believe you're looking at number 2, data request number 2.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at, is the revenue requirement, forecast of revenue requirements.
All right. And the last column that provides or the rates in dollars per megawatt month, do you see that column?
Yes.
And would you agree that 2024 rates are projected to be let me rephrase that number, $2,260 per megawatt month, and that value increases in 2029 to 4,490 megawatt per month,
Yes.
dollars per megawatt month?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
But I would like to say on, putting this in context, there's a lot more network transmission projects than strategic transmission. Strategic transmission is about 10 to 15% of our budget with respect to transmission projects. And so I'd like to just put that into context, that a lot of these increases are most likely a lot of reliability projects.
And turning to Exhibit 3, if you don't mind. This is the same communication to DEC's transmission customers. Would you agree?
Subject to check, yes, it appears to be associated with DEC's customers.
And turning to the last page of that exhibit, these rates indicate an increase from $1,677 per megawatt month to $3,160 per megawatt month. Do you see those numbers?
That's correct.
Right. Now, using rough math, this represents an almost doubling of transmission rates in the next 5 years for all of DEC and DEP's transmission customers, which includes retail, wholesale, and transmission-only customers, does it not?
It reflects impacts, or it would indirectly reflect impacts to wholesale customer rates as well as retail cost of service rates.
All right, thank you. And my last question, so is the desire being expressed by transmission customers like NC EMC in this docket to have a more upfront benefit discussion in the CTPC process unreasonable in your opinion?
What I would say is unreasonable is trying to isolate every customer class that benefits from a given transmission project. And I think I can safely say that I believe all network transmission customers benefit from all network transmission projects.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. Sace, I believe you're next.
Thank you. Nick Jimenez with the Southern Environmental Law Center for SACE et al. I'm going to begin by introducing 2 exhibits. These are SACE et al. Potential cross-examination exhibits 48 and 49, which my colleague has just brought up. I'll give you a minute to get there.
Pardon me, you said 48 and 49.
That's right.
Okay, I'm on 48.
Thank you. And I would mark 48, well, I'll just give the name here. I would mark these SACE et al. Cross transmission and interconnection rebuttal exhibits 1 being potential exhibit 48 and 2 being potential exhibit 49.
They will be so marked.
Thank you. Do you recognize exhibit 1 as Duke's response to SACE et al. Data request 35-1?
Yes, I do.
And you provided the response?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize exhibit 2 as Duke's response to SACE et al. Data request 35-2?
Yes, I do.
And you also provided the response?
That is correct.
Based on these responses, is it fair to say, or is it a fair summary of them, I guess, to say that both multi-value strategic transmission planning and the red zone transmission expansion plan will make it easier to coordinate and facilitate line outages for generator interconnection?
Yeah, I mean, as far as being able to proactively schedule transmission outages in order to implement these projects and get them out of the way, since they've been identified as least regrets, no regrets projects, strategic projects, then yes, it will help the outage coordinators with respect to scheduling and doing this in an orderly manner that is congruent with all the other outages that we need to take for other activities on our transmission system.
Okay. We're going to move on from those. You took issue with Witness Goggins' comparison to the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, and the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT, annual resource interconnection levels. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I would now introduce another exhibit. This is SACE et al. Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 50. Which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 3.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Do you recognize that, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I do.
And that's, well, it'll speak for itself. You're aware that CAISO uses an outage coordination tool, or Web OMS?
Web OMS, yes, I am. That's correct.
Okay. And you'd agree that CAISO coordinates outages differently from Duke?
Somewhat differently, but they still have to try to manage reliability on their system. And so, you know, that's why in response to this data request, I provided a year's worth of outages scheduled through Web OMS, and I also provided the CalISO outage management procedure that describes submitting outages to Web OMS and how they process those.
And as you stated in your response to SACE et al. Data request 35-3, which is Exhibit 3 right now, CAISO does not use outage exclusion periods, correct?
That's correct. In reviewing the documentation, there was no outage exclusion period mentioned in their outage management procedure, and the data provided in the spreadsheet substantiated that.
And instead, you said, and I'm quoting here, up to a week out, they may restrict maintenance operations and reschedule that work, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree that using restricted maintenance outages can avoid planned transmission outages being taken during upcoming peak periods?
That's another thing I mentioned, was the weather difference between CalISO and the Carolinas, in that we have really volatile weather. Things can change pretty quickly, like mid-90s in May. And so you need to, as an outage coordinator, which I used to manage that group, you need to take those things into consideration. And in order to ensure that you're not going to have to reschedule outages, which is a nightmare, that really messes things up. You need to have some certainty based on history and looking at data for loads in the past, historical loads during that time in that area, that you schedule those outages, coordinate those outages such that you can maintain single contingency operations.
And you're aware that this is in the CAISO document that you provided with that response on page 16, if you want to reference it. You're aware that CAISO also allows opportunity outages that can be taken due to a change in system conditions, weather, or availability of field personnel?
I don't have the document in front of me, but subject to check. Pretty much remember reading through that, yes.
I'm sorry, I thought we did include that as part of the potential cross.
Oh, I'm sorry,
but-
you did. It's on the subsequent page.
Okay.
What page were you referring to or section?
It's page 15 of the CAISO document. 16 if it's all one PDF.
Yes, 9.1.4 talks about opportunity outages.
Okay, let's turn to blackouts. When SACE et al. Asked you to provide any evidence of a causal link between CAISO's generator interconnection outages and each of the Western blackouts cited in your rebuttal testimony on pages 21 to 22, you said they provide circumstantial support, correct?
So the reference there was associated with, once again, our outage coordination group ensures that they can maintain single contingency operation when coordinating outages. So the reference there was that indicating we have a keen focus on reliability. And so the reference there was just through the years, it doesn't appear that same keen focus on reliability is maintained by Cal ISO.
Let's go through those Western blackouts. You referenced two events.
Sorry, can you refer me to where you're?
I will.
Okay.
You referenced two events in 1996, and this is, again, pages 21 to 22 of your rebuttal testimony. Starting with those 1996 events, if you'll turn to SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 52, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross transmission and interconnection rebuttal exhibit 4.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Do you recognize that as the NERC report addressing the 1996 outages you referenced in rebuttal testimony?
Yes, this is the report of 1996 electric system disturbances in North Carolina that also contains the Cal ISO outages.
You would agree that the cause of those outages would be identified in the report?
I would, yes, I would say the outages, cause of the outages are identified in this report.
Would you agree that those outages were caused by power lines getting too close to trees in Wyoming and Oregon, not California?
So there's a reason that they were getting close to trees, that their clearance, because there were heavy imports from these areas into Cal ISO.
So you would agree?
I agree with the statement that I just made, yes.
I'm not sure if you're agreeing that the cause was the power lines too close to the trees or something else.
With heavy power flow over transmission, especially in hot summer weather, they're going to sag more. And if you have any undergrowth, yes, they're going to get closer to trees.
It's safe to say that California's generator interconnection procedures have changed quite a lot since 1996, isn't it?
their generator interconnection procedures or their reliance on imports? Which are you referring to?
The generator interconnection procedures.
Yes, I believe they have changed their generator interconnection procedures since 1996.
Now let's look at the next one. This is the 2011 Southwest outage. If you'll turn to potential exhibit 54, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 5.
Okay, I'm there.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Do you recognize this as the FERC NERC staff report on the 2011 Southwest outage you referenced?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that the cause of the outage would be identified in the report?
There were several causes identified in this report, yes.
Would you agree that the outage was caused by the loss of a power line operated by Arizona Public Service?
That initiating cause identified several more underlying latent issues that resulted in overloading facilities in the Southern California system.
You would agree that none of the recommendations in the FERC NERC staff report address generator interconnection procedures, let alone connect and manage? Do you not?
So once again, the basis for including this type of information was to essentially reveal that it doesn't appear CAISO has a keen focus on reliability.
But you'd agree that those issues weren't identified in the report?
I don't recall any generator interconnection issues being mentioned in the report.
If you'd like, we can turn to pages 5 to 6, the key findings, causes, and recommendations. I can give you a moment with that if you'd like.
Okay, I'm on section C on page 5, key findings, causes, and recommendations.
Okay, would you agree that none of those, once you've had time to look at them, are generator interconnection procedures or connect and manage?
Yes, as I stated previously, I don't recall anything being associated with interconnection processes as being a cause associated with this outage.
Okay, now let's look at the August 2020 rolling outages and September 2022 period of concern. And I would point you to potential 55, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 6.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you recognize this as the CAISO final root cause analysis report for the 2020 outage you referenced?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that the cause of the outage would be identified in the report, would you not?
Yes, once again, there were several causes identified.
And wouldn't you agree that none of the factors that caused those reliability issues was generator interconnection?
So the primary cause was a planning resource adequacy for net demand peak issue, and having insufficient resources when the solar ramps out at the end of the day for covering that net demand peak was the primary cause associated with the August 14th and August 15th 2020 outages or firm load shed events.
Okay, and now let's turn to ERCOT. I would point you to SACE et al. Potential Cross Exhibit 56, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 7.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
Okay, item 56 is a data request.
Yes, that's right. Do you recognize that as Duke's response to SACE et al. DR 35-5?
Yes, I do.
And you responded.
That's correct.
And in that request, Duke was asked to provide any evidence of a causal link between ERCOT's connect and manage approach and the September 2023 reliability event discussed on pages 21 to 22 of your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you see where the response states that the evidence cited on pages 21 to 22 of the rebuttal testimony provides circumstantial support?
Yes, I do.
Now, if we can look at the ERCOT report itself, which is potential 57, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 8.
Okay.
And you cited this report, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so you recognize it as ERCOT event report for the 2023 reliability event you referenced?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that the cause of the report, the cause of the event would be identified in the report, would you not?
It's more of an investigation report, but once again, they identify several causes.
And there was no blackout or load shed during the event, correct?
It was close, but no, there was no firm load shed in the event.
And since your testimony alluded to reliability events in the plural in ERCOT, although you don't cite it, you'd agree that Winter Storm Uri, that outage was not caused by connect and manage, correct?
Are we still on the ERCOT
No,
September event?
We're not on the ERCOT report now.
Okay.
This is
Before we
question.
leave the ERCOT September event, I would just like to state that the issue they had was wind resource. This was in the evening time, so solar had pretty much ramped out. The wind resources to the north were not producing very much at all, low wind. And then the wind resources to the south, due to congestion, I believe it was subject to check on a 345 kV line. The ERCOT operators had to curtail that wind, 1,500 megawatts. And if you don't plan and expand your transmission system properly, with respect to ensuring the energy can get to the load properly, this is what can result. And based on my 30 years of system operations experience, this is what I see resulting from connect and manage, not expanding your transmission system to make sure the energy can get to the load, whether it's actual retail load or it's storage. As you could be faced with curtailment of a lot of resources, and it can create a reliability issue.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's look a little more closely at that report. Do you see on page 5 in the first full paragraph, this is the 5th line down where it says, however?
Page 5 of 8.
That's right.
Okay. And 5th line down.
That's right.
I am not seeing, however, sorry. I see the first full paragraph is one question presented is whether ERCOT treats all double circuit 345 kV transmission.
Right. Yeah. I'm counting 5 down. However, ERCOT Nodal Operating Guide, section 4.5.3, parentheses 10, requires that double circuits be treated as separate contingencies during any EEA level 2 or level 3, unless ERCOT and the TSP determine that a double circuit contingency is at high risk of occurring due to system conditions. Did I read that right?
Yes, you read it right. And they further scrutinized that toward the end of the report, and they deemed that, yes, they should have curtailed for this double circuit contingency.
But in most circumstances, they would have been treated as separate contingencies and no generator load shed would have been required, right?
It depends on the length of the double circuit line and other parameters. But once again, the report concluded that they took the right action with respect to curtailment for this contingency.
Can we come back to Winter Storm Uri? I think I'm not sure if you got to that question before you went back.
I,
If
I
did,
did not.
if you did, I'm
I
sorry.
apologize for interrupting you, but yeah,
No,
we
not
can
at
go
all.
back to your,
Okay. I'll just say it again. Since your testimony alludes to reliability events in the plural in ERCOT, although you don't cite it, you'd agree that Winter Storm Uri, that outage was not caused by Connect and Manage, right?
so, I'm not extremely familiar with the root cause analysis associated with Winter Storm Uri, somewhat. But to respond to your question, I'm not familiar with any cause that was identified with Winter Storm Uri associated with Connect and Manage. It was more of a resource availability, resource assurance issue.
Okay, well, I lost my timer. Why don't we take a quick look at the report? I'd like to introduce SACE et al. Potential 59, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 9.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, if I can direct you to the sort of chart of pauses on page 15. Would you agree there's nothing related to generator interconnection or connect and manage?
It just has generically transmission system issues. 2% of causes.
Okay.
For unplanned generator outages and derates.
Thank you. Shifting gears one more time. In your testimony, this is your rebuttal, page 22, lines 1 to 3. You said it was highly questionable whether developers would tolerate the level of curtailment required for connect and manage. Do you recall that or see it?
I'm sorry, page 22 of the same report?
No, this is page 22 of your rebuttal testimony.
Oh, sorry. And what line numbers again?
1 to 3.
Yes, and I believe witness Haggerty, watching him respond to commissioner questions, also said that developers in ERCOT are getting very frustrated with the amount of curtailments they're experiencing.
Are you aware that developers in North Carolina have asked for it? For example, as a request in CCBA's May 10th, 2024 comments in the 2024 solar procurement proceeding, which is docket numbers E2 sub 1340 and E7 sub 1310.
Am I aware that CCBA's requested what?
ERIS or connect and manage.
So I'm aware that they requested ERIS, and I'm aware that they have participated in providing valuable input and feedback with respect to our provisional service, which is ERIS. And we've had good dialogue, and I think we're coming to a really good solution associated with being able to offer provisional service that's ERIS until the network upgrades can get constructed and placed in service for NRIS.
Are you aware that Pine Gate Renewables operates in ERCOT and uses connect and manage frequently?
I am not.
I'd like to introduce another exhibit. This is SACE et al. Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 60, which I would mark as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal Exhibit 10.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
Yes, this utility dive article, can ERCOT show the way to faster and cheaper grid interconnection?
Exactly. Do you see on the 4th page, the 5th paragraph down? Do you see where it says ERCOT's interconnection process can be finished in 1 to 2 years, according to Frank Swigonski, Pine Gate Renewables Director of Market Design.
Yes, but it doesn't really define what interconnection, I mean, if that's request to getting an interconnection agreement, that's aligned pretty much with Duke's process.
And do you see in the next paragraph where it says, we're big fans of connect and manage, he said, adding that interconnection issues are the company's #1 project killer.
Presiding Commissioner, there's not been any foundation laid that Mr. Roberts is familiar with the facts underlying the article, or that there's really any relevance to the explanation of this gentleman who's not a witness in this proceeding. And in many respects, this seems to be hearsay. It's out of court statements that Mr. Jimenez is asking Mr. Roberts to assess and verify without any opportunity to have the facts represented, examine the proceedings. So I'd object to the exhibit and to the relevance of the testimony that's being elicited here.
Mr. Jimenez.
Well, it's certainly relevant. I mean, this is direct impeachment of what witness Roberts said in his rebuttal testimony, that developers aren't interested in connect and manage. And Pine Gate Renewables is a major solar developer that operates in the state. And I would expect him to be familiar with both Pine Gate Renewables and the trade press on it. If he's not, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So let me rule on the objection. I will overrule the objection, but Mr. Roberts, testify to only what you have knowledge of.
Okay.
So you may ask the question and respond to the best of your knowledge.
yeah. So I know developers connecting to the Duke system are interested in financeability of their projects and production tax credits as well. And if you introduce a lot of curtailment, they're not going to be very happy.
And you have no experience as a solar developer, correct?
I do not, but I talk with several.
Okay, I'd like to shift gears one more time and ask you about grid enhancing technologies. And to start, if you will please turn to potential exhibit 62. This is, I would mark that as SACE et al. Cross Transmission and Interconnection Rebuttal, Exhibit 11.
It will be so marked.
Okay, I'm on a data request 35-10, item 10.
Exactly, you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked to, or Duke was asked to document all instances in which Duke has used power flow control, topology optimization, or dynamic line rating solutions, right?
That's correct.
Do you see in the first paragraph of the response, roughly halfway down, where it says Duke Energy has deployed remedial action schemes, a form of topology optimization, ensuring the resulting change in topology will not result in stability issues?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that remedial action schemes are automatically triggered based on a system condition, usually a contingency?
Yes, that is correct.
So would it be fair to say that RASs are retrospective?
Yes, I mean, it's topology optimization as discussed in the EPRI Get Set workshop is looking at changing the topology of the transmission system or something associated with the transmission system to change power flows on the system. And it's a decision support system type tool.
Would it be fair to say that it functions as a sort of stopgap to maintain reliability?
Another thing that was discussed at the Get Set workshop in Atlanta, that EPRI sponsored, is that was questioned to the panel is, the operator, how does the operator know they're not setting themselves up for a stability issue with this change in topology? And that really couldn't be answered by the expert panel. They said you could have a topology if you don't do a stability study to look at that configuration, or you don't have a procedure such that it's already been looked at with respect to stability, then you could get yourself into a stability issue.
I'm sorry, you might be going over my head, but is what I said about a stopgap to maintain reliability, is that fair for a layperson's understanding?
So can you change your transmission topology and achieve a reliability, an enhanced reliability solution? Yes, we have procedures for transmission switching for reliability issues.
Okay, now I'd like to shift to topology optimization as distinct from remedial action schemes. Would it be fair to say that topology optimization involves taking a line out of service in advance to improve the efficiency of power flow?
I wouldn't say you have to take a transmission line out of service. I mean, you can open a breaker at a substation, and like in DEP, we have a lot of customers that are fed from the directly from the transmission line, that are tapped to the transmission line. So if you do that, you better have really good reason, because now you're subjecting those customers to decreased reliability or electric service reliability, because all that has to happen is you open one end and you've got the whole line de-energized at that point in time. So you could set the system operator up for a human error doing trip testing, for example.
Okay, would it be fair to say that topology optimization is forward-looking?
Once again, it's a decision support tool. And so, yes, I would say generally it's forward-looking in the very near term.
Okay, I have one other get I'd like to discuss. If you'll turn back to potential exhibit 62, which we've marked as exhibit 11.
62, that's still data request 35-10.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So if I could point you back to the end of the first paragraph of the response that we were looking at earlier, do you see where it says Duke Energy is implementing ambient adjusted ratings that will adjust line ratings based on near real-time ambient temperature data?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd love to compare ambient adjusted ratings, or AAR, with dynamic line ratings, or DLR.
Okay.
Would you agree that DLR is more accurate?
I wouldn't say more accurate. It incorporates more inputs for determining the dynamic rating, such as wind speed, for example.
Would you agree that is that because it uses fewer assumptions and relies more on sensors and real-time information?
It does use sensors to gather that weather data, but I believe it stated earlier in my direct that utilities that are piloting DLRs have experienced issues like communication dropouts and sensor failures, that sort of thing. But yes, to answer your question, it does use multiple weather type inputs to determine a dynamic line rating for where those sensors are applied.
And would you agree that it's actually safer because it can be more conservative in extreme conditions than AAR?
I mean, NERC requires us to establish a facility ratings methodology, and that's audited periodically when we have a NERC standard audit. And to my knowledge, I don't know that they've said our facility ratings methodology is not accurate. And we apply that ratings methodology to determine our ratings. And so I think the ratings that we use are proper with respect to operating our transmission system reliably. Is there a use for dynamic line ratings? Yes. I mean, that's why we've been talking with vendors, and we're considering a pilot associated with a sensor that for one of the vendors that we've been talking to.
Well, and I think I followed you on the NERC issue, but if we put aside kind of NERC compliance, which we could just stipulate that you're meeting, would you agree that, that aside, DLR is going to be more conservative, safer in extreme conditions than AAR?
So yes, I mean, if the sensor's looking at it's hot summertime, stale air, no wind movement, a lot of solar, so a lot of irradiance, then yes, I mean, you can get a dynamic line rating that's actually below what your facility ratings methodology may come up with as far as a static line rating.
And you would agree that DLR improves situational awareness?
If the sensors and communications are functioning properly, and you can get accurate readings from that sensor, then for that span of transmission line that you've applied the DLR sensors to, I mean, that's its purpose is to provide a almost a real-time line rating that's providing the operators with good information.
That sounds like a yes.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Kress, I believe you have a cross-examination.
Thank you. Just a few very quick questions for you. If you could please turn with me to Duke Redirect on rebuttal, transmission and interconnection panel rebuttal exhibit number 1. I want to turn your attention to FERC Commissioner Christie's concurrence on page 28. It's Duke's rebuttal exhibit.
In the interest of time, is this the FERC order that we spoke about earlier?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, what page?
So if you could turn with me to FERC Commissioner Christie's concurrence on page 28.
Okay.
Do you see that, and just let me know if I read this correctly, in paragraph 2, the second sentence reads, while Duke does not propose changes to cost allocation, changes in the planning process could certainly affect the costs of transmission that flow through into retail rates. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
Okay. And you would agree with me that Duke's retail rates are subject to the jurisdiction of the North Carolina Utilities Commission?
Yes, that's correct. They approve retail cost of service rates.
And likewise, you would agree with me that the allocation of costs that flow through retail rates are also subject to the jurisdiction of the North Carolina Utilities Commission?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect from Duke.
No questions for the public staff.
Okay. Redirect from Duke.
No redirect.
So we will turn to questions from the commission. Commissioner Duffley.
Good afternoon. So we heard on direct what the companies were trying to accomplish with asking the commission for acknowledgement of the 2.0 projects. But what I'd like to ask you is, what are the potential harms in the commission not acknowledging the 2.0 projects and letting these projects be approved in the CPTC process?
Yeah, so thank you. I'll refer back to the RZ 1.0 projects and that process. And we're following the exact same process with RZ 2.0 in that we basically, in fact, we were even more ahead of the game with RZ 2.0 than we were 1.0 because they weren't introduced until I think it was middle of the year when we were talking with public staff about supplemental studies and developing supplemental studies. And those studies were used and referred to in the 2022, 2032 local transmission plan as being evaluated by the OSC and substantiating the need for the RZEP 1.0 projects. And so in that report, once again, with the timeline for that, we requested commission acknowledgement. The December order came out and the commission acknowledged the 14 projects were needed to implement the resource plan. And then the OSC reviewed the study results in January, draft study report, and then we approved the study report in February. So that's the order following the CTPC process that we went through. With respect to acknowledgement, the harm is, once again, with House Bill 951 and with the recent R860A order, or excuse me, commission rule, we're following that House Bill 951 with respect to looking, and it says transmission needs to be included in the plan, in the IRP plan. And we're following Rule R860A where it says not only does transmission need to be planned for the IRP, but it needs to be executable as well. And that execution plan needs to be part of the IRP. And so that's why, in my mind, we're really asking for acknowledgement from this commission, is because we feel it's integral to the IRP. And in this IRP hearing, that's we put forth cost effective analysis, cost-based cost benefit analysis. We put forth multiple studies, DICES studies, as well as the 2023 CTPC study. So there's multiple evidence showing that the RZEPs are needed and that they're integral to integrating this or to executing this resource plan. So I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Duffy, but.
Well, not really, in the sense that you're not asking for approval. And what I heard your answer was the process for reasons for approval of the 2.0 projects. But I'm asking, and that's done in the local transmission planning process. I'm just asking what harm or potential harm would occur if the commission let that process move forward, but did not acknowledge it in the order.
To me, the message that would send is that the RZEP 2.0 projects are not integral to executing the resource plan. And that's kind of the determination that has been made by this commission.
Okay. And then I thought I heard you respond on direct, though. I think a commissioner asked if you'd move forward even with these projects, even if you did not receive the acknowledgement from the commission. And I think I heard your response was if they're needed for reliability and if they were needed, that the CPTC would approve those.
Well, we will definitely still pursue those with the CTPC as public policy projects revealed to be needed in the CTPC 2023 CTPC study, as well as how they were identified with the 2022 DICES studies. You've got all this study evidence, and that's been presented several times in TAG meetings and OSC meetings since May of last year. More recently, the 2023 CTPC study, it was presented, the results were presented last fall, and then the report came out recently. The final report came out recently. But I mean, to me, the RZEP 2.0 projects are integral to implementing the resource plan. And so if we don't get this commission's acknowledgement of those RZEP projects, we will still pursue those through the CTPC.
Okay, thank you. So we heard Mr. Ragsdale testify that FERC declined to rule on cost allocation issue, and that NCEMC will continue to pursue transparency regarding cost allocation with the CPTC, this NCUC, and with FERC. And so my question is Duke actively working with NCEMC and other transmission customers on transparency of cost allocation so that each transmission customer understands the driver of the project and fully understands the quantifiable breakdown of each of the benefits provided? For example, do the customers currently have information regarding the percentage of benefits that relate to production cost savings or the percentage that relate to reduction of SAIDI and SAFE, et cetera? Do the customers have that information right now?
So with the MVST process that was introduced with the attachment N-1 revisions that FERC recently approved, effective March 13th of 2024, it does have benefits that will be quantified as part of the MVST study. And so they'll have information associated with those benefits. With RZEP 1.0 and RZEP 2.0, the benefits that we calculated, which showed benefits greater than cost, were associated with reliability and resiliency. We can show the breakdown of here's the quantification of production cost savings benefits. Here's the quantification of avoided transmission savings. Here's the quantification of avoiding transmission customer outages. So we will show that. However, I'll reiterate, all these transmission expansion projects will benefit all network transmission customers. And
Okay.
it's similar in other areas of the country too, where they quantify these multiple benefits, but yet when it comes down to allocating the cost, it's load ratio share.
Okay. So I heard you state that for the multi-value strategic transmission projects in the future, that's part of your N-1, the changes that you made. But it sounds like the process is different with the RZEP 2.0. And I'll ask you to turn to page 48 of your rebuttal testimony. And I had asked Mr. Ragsdale about your chart on this page, and you had reliability projects have grown from 24 to 58, and then public policy projects have grown from 14 projects to 15 projects. And I asked Mr. Ragsdale, is that sufficient information? And his response was no, that the transmission customer needed more information to kind of trust but verify, to do their own calculations. And I think I just heard you testify that with these 2.0 projects, you will be providing that quantifiable information. And will that be through the CTPC process before you decide whether to approve them or not?
So with the RZEP 2.0, no, we provided cost benefit analysis, and it's clear that the benefits outweigh the cost on all these projects. And it's clear through the studies that these projects are needed to execute the resource plan. But no, we don't intend to go back and try to quantify all those benefits that we're going to with the 2024 MVST study. I believe I responded earlier that we're still ironing out the tools and capabilities with respect to each one of those benefits.
Okay, thank you. And so going back to the RZEP 2.0, I believe in your rebuttal testimony on page 37, you described that you used the asset replacement value model. And I'm just wondering, was there a full list of quantified benefits provided in any of Duke's carbon plan materials filed in this proceeding?
As far as a full list similar to what we're quantifying in MVST, is that your question?
Or just, is there any, yes.
No, we don't have that information.
Okay, and so sitting here today, can you provide more explanation about these quantified benefits?
Yeah, the information, once again, as stated in my rebuttal testimony, is calculated based on looking at probability of interruption, based on age of equipment and so forth, as well as other factors provided by company experts in these areas. And with that input and with those probability of interruption curves, it calculates a benefit associated with going to newer infrastructure, such as new structures, new attachments, new conductor, et cetera.
Thank you. And then in the revised stipulation, I think it's page 19 is the additional language that was added. In this paragraph, it talks about the proactive transmission planning process, and it talks about that the company and the parties are going to consider a broader range of benefits of transmission upgrades. Can you just describe what are these broader range of benefits? Is it this list that you were talking about?
I'm sorry, what document are you referring to?
Sorry, it's the stipulation, amended stipulation and amended agreement and stipulation of settlement, and it's paragraph 41. Thank you, Mr. Bryshort.
Yeah. Yes. So that's referring to the MBST process, and it's referring to that list that I was talking to Mr. Dodge about earlier.
Okay. And that list, again, is different than the list for the RZEP 2.0 projects.
That's correct, because the MBST process was in the revised attachment N-1 changes that FERC made effective March 13th of this year.
Okay. And I've heard you testify several times that Duke has no intention of changing the load ratio share for 2.0 projects and the MVST projects. But is Duke opposed to discussing with other CTPC members the benefits of the projects so they can determine that cost allocation properly allocates costs commensurate with the benefits?
So, I mean, it will be very difficult to isolate benefits to beneficiaries associated with these projects because of the broad-based benefit that they have to the system. And so all network customers are connected to the transmission system. And so they inherently enjoy those benefits. And even if it's production cost savings, you know, a lot of these customers have either retail or wholesale have contracts, and those contracts are influenced by the marginal cost. So they would see the production cost savings as well.
So again, are the companies willing to discuss the cost allocation methodology with transmission customers and other customers?
So with wholesale, once again, that's FERC jurisdictional, and so that would have to go through FERC with respect to any change in cost allocation. With respect to retail, I mean, it's very complex. And so I'm not saying we wouldn't have those discussions. I mean, today, at this point in time, the companies are stating that load ratio share is just and reasonable, just like FERC did.
And so we heard Mr. Ragsdale discuss concerns about having to deal with potential cost allocation, protests after the fact, that they'd like to address any type of cost allocation concerns up front and be proactive with that. But if they let's say that didn't happen and they filed in the future, hypothetically, concerns after the fact, doesn't the transmission owner have to prove to FERC and to the courts, give a quantification, some type of quantifiable evidence that the costs are roughly commensurate with the benefits?
So I think it's been FERC stance for a while that the beneficiaries pay, right? And I think our stance has been that all network transmission customers benefit from these transmission expansion projects.
Okay. And then I only have a couple of more. Mr. Ragsdale also testified last week that one of NCEMC's concern is related to future affordability and reliability, and we've heard other interveners and parties testify to that concern as well. And he stated that the company and the commission should look at the pace of interconnections of generators and not solely focus on one leg of the stool at the expense of the others. And I just kind of wanted to get your response. I did hear Kendall Bowman's response that she testified that she feels like the company has provided a reasonable path forward, taking into account everyone, all of the different perspectives. But with respect to transmission, and the question that I just asked you, can you respond?
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, Mr. Ragsdale talked about affordability, reliability, and sustainability. And when I heard sustainability, my thoughts were, pursuing the execution of this resource plan with respect to sustainability. And just like you referred to with Ms. Bowman's statements, yes, we want to strive for a solution that's beneficial for all. And that essentially supports all three of those legs that Mr. Ragsdale talked about: reliability, affordability, and sustainability.
Okay, thank you. On direct, I asked you, have all of the 2.0 projects that require rebuild, have they reached their end of life? And
Right.
You were going to research that for me.
Yes. Give me a second to find my information. Yeah, so I'll just go one by one with the RZEP 2.0 projects.
Great.
So for the Clayton Industrial Selma line, the information we have was that it was installed in 1931. And it has 81 poles that are still wood poles. That are wood poles, not steel wood, sorry. And then the Lee Mill Burney installed in 1979, and it has 157 wooden structures. And so that's probably 157 H-frames. And then Lylesville Oakboro installed in 1963. And the original lattice towers are still used for the structures. The Broadway 100 kV line was initially constructed in 1923, and it was rebuilt in 1969, and it's still utilizing the double circuit lattice tower. Bush River transformers, Bank 7 and 8 are the ones that we're looking at replacing under RSEP 2.0. Bank 7 was installed in 1957 and Bank 8 was installed in 1954. And then the Champion, it was initially constructed in 1911. However, it was rebuilt in 2010. But the studies, the generator interconnection studies and the 2023 CTPC study are showing that we need to further upgrade that Champion line.
Okay, and with this evidence, would you say that these have reached the end of their life?
With the exception of Champion.
Okay, thank you. And then 2 more questions. Going to the FERC order that's been introduced, ER 24-314. Paragraph 64, the FERC states concerns about proportionality of the benefits and burdens flowing from the development of specific new local transmission facilities under Duke's proposed multi-value strategic planning process would be speculative at this point. But then down at the bottom of the paragraph, it states, we agree with Duke that NCEMC's concerns about retail cost allocation fall outside of our jurisdiction and are rather a question for state commissions. Could you expound on what FERC is stating here? What falls to the state commission?
I mean, retail cost of service rates are set by the state commission. And so I think that's what they're referring
That's
to.
just plain and simple, just state rate regulation.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then last question is on page 23, beginning on line 12 of your rebuttal testimony. You state, citing acquiring new right-of-way permitting and constructing this onshore interconnection facility from the landing to the new burn POI is estimated to take 8 years from the project initiation to placing the interconnection facilities in service. Can you clarify what is considered to be project initiation?
Yeah, so project initiation would be developing a full plan for public engagement, et cetera. I will state that from the landing to the POI is essentially the responsibility of the resource owner as part of the interconnection facilities. And so usually a contractor, EPC contractor would be hired for that purpose. But we've always, we've actually driven the route that we expect that to take from the landing to the POI. We haven't conducted any engineering design analysis or anything like that, similar to the 500 network line. But we've always considered that to be in parallel with the 500 kV line, which is going to be eight years as well.
And it was written down as onshore. And so I just want to correct the record offshore. Thank you.
It would be onshore transmission facilities associated with offshore wind from the landing to the POI.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Roberts, I have 2 quick questions before we take our break that I think can be done really pretty quickly. Did you hear my question to the long lead panel about Avangrid's and Total Energy's request that for the asset acquisition price that they be allowed to participate in providing their expertise and experience in regard to transmission costs?
Yes. And
Would you like to respond to my question?
I mean, if it's the network transmission cost associated with going from New Bern to Womack to Wake to get up to 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind to our 500 kV backbone in the Wake area and to the load center areas, I mean, that POI is going to be common, really, whether it's Kitty Hawk or Carolina Long Bay. And so I don't see where their participation in that, and we've already done a lot of engineering work associated with that transmission line. So I don't see where their participation would add value with that piece.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question deals with about the Energy Resource Interconnection Service. And just one quick question. We've heard a lot about that today, but witnesses from the Attorney General's Office, SACE, and CCBA have all asked that Duke study or consider Energy Resource Interconnection Service as a way to increase the number of interconnections. And they've asked that Duke do a study or consider it before the next CPIRP. Is there value, or would Duke believe that it would be valuable or important to do a study or consider the ERES before the next CPIRP with, I guess, a focus on seeing if you could increase the interconnections while at the same time addressing the concerns about reliability of the system? Is there value in performing that study or that analysis before the next CPIRP?
Yeah, so we've had a lot of internal discussions, and like I said, CCBA has provided a lot of really good input with respect to discussing our provisional service, which is going to be an ERIS study. But those internal discussions may lead to a study associated with our interconnection studies that provide that ERIS information. I don't see the value of performing like a 2023 CTPC type study with a whole portfolio through 2034, let's say, of resources connected under ERIS, because once again, I think that pushes the envelope on reliability with respect to being unreliable, creating an unreliable system. But we can manage that window between when the interconnection customer can get their facility, their project in service, and when those network upgrades can be done to go fully to ERIS. So having ERIS in that period, because you'll have some projects rolling on to ERIS, rolling on to ERIS, some projects rolling off to ERIS. And so that movement will keep things manageable from a reliability perspective.
And just make sure I understand your answer. You're talking about the provisional interconnection service that you filed an application for. Are you willing to consider at this time considering a full ERIS type of model? Is that something you're receptive to considering?
So from our perspective of maintaining or improving reliability, we don't see ERIS in perpetuity for these resources as being able to provide for that reliability.
So perhaps I can, if I may, add a few facts. So ERIS only is available in the FERC jurisdictional procedures. But prior to 2024, all the new DICES projects, none of them requested ERIS only services. So that's one thing. Two is provisional interconnection services is a non-firm ERIS type of service. We don't have anyone that are connected provisional yet. So we need to learn and gain experience from that. Let's do that well. And I think the reliability panel kind of testified there is a learning curve on how to operate with, some type of ERIS only services. Plus, we need to make sure, we have enough headroom to offer provisional ERIS type of service first, in making sure that we can implement that well in the operations at this point.
Okay, thank you. So that's the end of my questions. We're going to take a break, but before we do so, we are still striving and planning to finish today. We have questions on commission questions, and then we have 2 additional panels. So I want to get some input about cross-examination time that we're expecting. So for the Carolinas Utilities Operations panel, I have 45 minutes from SIGFER. Is that still the estimated cross time?
I will do my very best to expedite that, but it'll be a team effort with Ms. Bateman
Okay. And NCMC, Mr. Dodge, I have 30 minutes. Is that still realistic?
I think that's still realistic.
And then for the Economic Development and Growth Panel, I have 15 minutes from EDF.
I think I could cut that to 10.
Okay. So we will endeavor to keep with the 45 minutes for SIGFR, 30 minutes cross for NCMC, and 10 minutes for EDF. And with that, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back on the record at 3:53. Further direction, we are going to finish today, so let's be as efficient as we can be, and we're going to continue going until we're finished. So questions on commission questions?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions.
In the interest of efficiency, no questions.
Well, that worked. So thank you to both of you for your testimony. You may step down and be excused. And Duke, you may call your next panel. Oh, before we do so, we have motions, beginning with NCEMC. You have some exhibits.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. NCEMC would request that NCEMC transmission panel cross-examination exhibits 1 through 3 be admitted into the record.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
SACE.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerait. SACE et al. Would move that SACE et al. Cross transmission and interconnection rebuttal exhibits 1 through 11 be moved into the record at the appropriate time.
And I note that Duke had made an objection to exhibit number 10. I'm going to overrule his objection and allow exhibits 1 through 11 into the record.
Thank you.
And Duke.
Thank you. The panel's rebuttal testimony exhibit 1, as well as DEC redirect on rebuttal transmission and interconnection panel rebuttal exhibit 1. Would ask for both of those. I hope I got that right. I think I did. Both of those be entered in the record. Also to update the commission if this is the appropriate time. On July 31st, the company filed late filed exhibits 1 and 2 that were requested on the panel's direct testimony. After conferring with commission legal staff, Ms. Hicks, we have filed an updated late filed exhibit 2, which is specific only to attachment N1 of the oath. And so that was filed today and should have hit the docket about an hour ago. So at the appropriate time, would ask those late filed exhibits to be accepted on the record as well.
Okay. So first I will rule upon your motion for exhibits from the panel that you made a motion for, and seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And you may make a motion in regard to the late filed exhibits at this time.
Thank you. So late filed exhibit 1 as filed on July 31st in the 190A docket, and then updated late filed exhibit 2, which was filed today, would ask those to be accepted into evidence.
Okay. Okay, seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and Duke's late filed exhibit 1 and late filed exhibit 2 are entered into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerait. Are in the spirit of efficiency, the witness is already on the stand. And we
Very
may
efficient,
proceed?
Mr. Jurak.
Thank you. And I'll begin now, if it's okay.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Ms. Baton, on behalf of the panel, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket a rebuttal testimony consisting of 20 pages?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
I would ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony. Would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And just to confirm, your rebuttal testimony does not contain any confidential information, correct?
Correct.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed a summary of the panel's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerait, I would ask that this panel's rebuttal testimony and rebuttal testimony summary be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
And see no objection, the rebuttal testimony and the summary of the rebuttal testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you very much. The panel is now available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
And Ms. Kress, SIGFR is first.
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, did you hear the IRP and near-term actions panel rebuttal testimony last week?
Yes.
Okay, there was one question that Mr. Snyder said you may potentially be able to answer, and it is also relevant to some things you addressed in your rebuttal testimony starting on page 5. But the question is, have the companies quantified, as we sit here today, the potential efficiencies and cost savings that could flow to the system and by extension to ratepayers if the companies could jointly plan for capacity needs and jointly satisfy the reserve margin.
So we have begun those calculations. I think we referenced a study a preliminary study that we've done with preliminary costs and preliminary benefits. So we will continue to refine that study between now and when we file our merger application with this commission, but we have begun with some preliminary analysis.
Okay, thank you. And if you could turn with me to page 20 of your rebuttal testimony. And you testify in your rebuttal testimony, is it fair to characterize an issue you take with SIGFER's position that the House Bill 951 potential customer bill impacts that the public staff provided in the summer of 2021 are not apples to apples as it compares to the final version of House Bill 951 that was ultimately enacted into law? Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, they were two very different pieces of legislation.
Okay, if you could turn with me, please, to SIGFER Potential Cross Exhibit number 51. And you should have a binder in front of you. I don't believe it's that one. It should have a cover sheet that shows number 51. Yes. And Presiding Commissioner Kimmer, I would request that this document, SIGFER Potential Cross Exhibit 51, be identified and marked as SIGFER 2 and 3 Cross Carolinas Utility Operations Panel Rebuttal Exhibit number 1.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, are you familiar with this document?
I don't think I'm familiar with this document, but I am familiar with the bill impacts.
Okay. And are you aware that Duke Energy is a member of the North Carolina Chamber?
Yes.
And Duke is a pinnacle member of the chamber, is that right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay. Are you aware that North Carolina Chamber lobbied in support of House Bill 951 back in 2021?
I believe that is the case.
Okay. And do you see underneath the facts on H951 from the nonpartisan public staff, do you see that figure in green? 64% by 2035?
Yes.
And that's referring to the system CO2 reduction from the 2005 baseline under the prior version of House Bill 951. Is that correct?
Yes.
And under the as enacted version of 951, Duke Energy is proposing to accomplish the 70% reduction by 2035. Is that right?
Yes.
So the difference between these two versions of this legislation is a 6% further increase in carbon emissions reductions?
I think it's totally different. So the earlier version was specifically retire certain coal units and replace them with natural gas and storage, or very specific replacement units. And that's, to my knowledge, that plus some solar procurement was all that was in that initial version. So I think they're just very different.
And in the version as enacted, it directs the companies to retire subcritical coal units, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the companies are in fact proposing to replace some of that early retired coal capacity with new natural gas units. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk with you about all-in costs. So if you could turn with me to page 18 of your rebuttal testimony, starting with section 6. You responded to a question regarding SIG for witnesses' concerns related to the lack of an all-in projected rate impact. Is that accurate?
Yes. Did you say section 8?
Section 6.
On page 18?
Page 18. If it's section 8, then that may be the case.
All right. Either way, I'm on that
You're-
section.
You're familiar with
Yes,
that testimony?
yes.
Okay. If you could now turn with me to SIG for potential cross exhibit number 74. And hopefully it should this time be in arm's reach. Okay. And Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, we would ask this be marked as SIG for 2 and 3 cross Carolinas Utility Operations Panel rebuttal exhibit number 2.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, are you there with me? Duke's response to SIG for data request 6-1.
Yes.
Okay. If you could see section C, please provide the company's forecasted annual capital budget for the period 2024 to 2038. Please identify the amount of capital budgeted for generation, both CPIRP and non-CPIRP, separately identified, and then same thing for transmission and distribution. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could turn with me to page 3 of this exhibit, which is the company's attachment to its response to subsection C.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And just for the record, does this show the CPIRP and the non-CPIRP generation, transmission, and distribution capital spend budgeted for the companies for 2024 to 2028?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If you could now turn with me to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, just in case you need it for reference, but do you recall generally responding to SIG for witnesses' concerns regarding the jurisdictional cost allocation issue?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and this is not a new issue. This is an issue we've been discussing since the enactment of 951. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and we spent some time, you and I, discussing it when you were last on the stand in the 2022 carbon plan proceeding. If you could, do you recall off the top of your head what the production allocation factors are for North Carolina and South Carolina?
So I think I stated, well, I know a combined number for DEC and DEP. Would that be sufficient? Production demand.
Would you agree, subject to check?
They're different for
for-
DEC and DEP.
Right. Would you agree, subject to check, that the North Carolina retail is 67.9% for DEC and 67.0% for DEP? I'm just trying to
Yeah.
avoid having to introduce
I-
another exhibit.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree, subject to check. The DEP number sounds a little high, but it could have been an odd year.
Okay, and you said you had the combined number. What is that?
For the retail split, it's about 80-20 between North and South Carolina. So if you take the retail portion and split it between North and South Carolina, it's about 80-20.
Okay. If you could turn with me, please, to SIG for potential cross exhibit number 91. It should be right there. Perfect. And Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, we would request that this document be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3, Cross Carolinas Utility Operations Panel Rebuttal Exhibit Number 3.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and so Ms. Bateman, this is Duke Energy's response to SIGFR's 9th data request, and it refers to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony in which you testify that, quote, "The companies allocated the costs to all jurisdictions in calculating the bill impacts because we believe the CPIRP meets the resource needs, statutory requirements, and energy policy objectives of both North Carolina and South Carolina with respect to resource planning. However, should a state jurisdiction choose to opt out of a resource that the other state wants to include in its resource plan, then the companies would directly assign the retail costs and benefits, including 100% of the retail generation output from the resource to that state." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And this data request seeks a little bit more information on what you included in your rebuttal testimony about what Duke Energy would do in the event that South Carolina potentially decided to use your words, quote, "opt out of a particular resource." Is that correct?
Yes.
And in response, is it fair to characterize your response as saying that the companies have begun the process of analyzing what this would potentially do to North Carolina retail bill impacts, but have not finalized such an analysis, nor have the companies provided the results of any such analysis to the parties or to the commission?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And since the last CPIRP proceeding, we have not had any indication from South Carolina that they do want to opt out of a particular resource. And we have not, and so it's hard to say, when there's too many possibilities of what might happen, how do you start that analysis? And we haven't had the reason, because they haven't opted out yet, to work on what that framework would look like. So I think there's still a lot of unknowns. I think, we were hopeful in the last CPIRP proceeding that we would have more clarity on the framework by the time of this proceeding. And we have some clarity, some additional clarity from where we were at this time 2 years ago. But we still have an IRP proceeding pending before the South Carolina Commission currently. It's what we filed, similar to what we filed with this commission. We filed it in South Carolina in the middle of last year. That proceeding is still pending. We are proposing, just like we are here, the P3 portfolio as the optimal portfolio for the customers of both states. And that proceeding, like I said, is still pending. We have rebuttal testimony due August 14th. The hearing will be in September, and we would expect an order in November. If when we get that order, the approved portfolio is not P3 and we have a divergence in the resources, at that point, it makes sense to work on that framework and develop what those bill impacts might look like.
And if that is in fact the case, does it make sense for the companies to update this commission in advance of the next biennial carbon plan proceeding?
Yes, I think with that information.
And you indicated that
Now, I can't guarantee that we'll have clarity on the framework or all of that, but yes, we will continue to provide updates to this commission on the dual state framework and our progress there.
Thank you. And you indicated that the Public Service Commission of South Carolina has not indicated that they necessarily want to opt out of any resource. But it's fair to say, is it not, that they also haven't not indicated that they want to opt out?
So when I said we have some additional clarity, we did file a docket related to the 2022 solar procurement. So shortly after the carbon plant order from the last CPIRP proceeding came out, we filed a docket in South Carolina for the 2022 solar procurement. And at the end of last year, so end of 23, we entered into a settlement agreement with the ORS, and that settlement was approved by the commission. And it did find that 22 procurement was a reasonable step. I think there were words of prudent and consistent with South Carolina law, the framework of the procurement. So I think that's some indication. We've since filed the 2023 solar procurement in South Carolina, and that we just filed that, and so testimony will has not yet been filed, and that docket is in an early stage. And then, like I said, we've also filed the IRP, and the ORS has filed their testimony in that docket, but didn't necessarily. They compared portfolios, but they didn't necessarily say we don't want this particular resource or we don't want this particular plan.
Thank you. And final question, the South Carolina Commission did direct the companies to perform a sensitivity where there was no carbon constraint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kress. Mr. Dodge for NCEMC.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ms. Bateman, Mr. Getch. I'm Tim Dodge with NC Electric Cooperatives. I believe most of my questions are directed to Ms. Bateman, but Mr. Getch, please feel free to join if you have additional comments on these. Ms. Bateman, I'd like to start a little bit with talking about House 951 and its applicability to electric service providers here in North Carolina. Ms. Bateman, your title with Duke is Vice President of Carolinas Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Duke. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you state that you lead teams responsible for rate cases, annual rider proceedings, cost of service studies, surveillance reporting and regulatory strategy, and planning to sell for North and South Carolina for the companies. Is that generally correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I will note that I focus on this is not in my testimony, but I do focus on retail.
Retail. Okay.
Rate
Thank
making.
you.
We have a separate section for wholesale.
And that's my next question. So I appreciate you clarifying that point. But would you agree that there are implications between retail and wholesale rates that must be considered?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. On page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 6 through 8, if you turn there.
Yes.
And in this section, you're responding to some testimony by NCEMC witness Amadou Fall, I believe, and you state that this commission does not exercise any jurisdiction regarding wholesale power rates. Is that correct?
Do you have a line?
6 through 8, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Does this commission exercise jurisdiction regarding the retail rates in South Carolina?
No.
Now back to your testimony briefly on page 12, you state that there is a potential in this discussing this with Ms. Kress just a moment ago, that both the costs and benefits from the units would be assigned only to North Carolina. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
All right. And you go on to state on lines 8 to 10 that the companies want to be transparent about this possibility and believe that if necessary, revised cost allocation methodology can be developed. Again, that's just discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you responded as well to concerns from public staff witness Metz in your testimony regarding disparate rate impacts between DEC and DEP. Do you recall those discussions?
Yes.
And were you present in the room when Mr. Metz testified, losing track of days earlier in this proceeding?
I have watched or been present for all of his testimony.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Metz and I discussing cost causation and principles of equity and fairness in those discussions?
Generally.
Okay. Thank you. So let's shift gears just a little bit. Ms. Bateman, you filed testimony before this commission and nearly every general rate case before this commission over the past 15 years or so. Is that correct?
I don't think that's correct. I have in several, so in 3 different general rate cases, four general rate cases over that period.
Right. And in addition to general rate cases, you've also filed testimony in some planning and policy proceedings as well.
Yes.
Including the sub 179 proceeding, the
Yes.
22 CPIRP proceeding. You also filed testimony in the net metering docket in E-100 sub 83 and in the smart grid technology plans in E-100 sub 123. Is that correct?
Yes, that was quite some time ago, but yes.
But you're familiar with the difference between a rate proceeding, a general rate case rate proceeding, and a planning or policy discussion that is
Yes.
taking place before the commission. Thank you. So have you filed testimony in any rider proceedings to your knowledge?
Yes, but it has been a while.
But you also, your background states you lead those teams.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the rider proceedings
Yes.
in the Carolinas.
Yes.
All right. And are those rider proceedings in North and South Carolina identical?
No.
Does South Carolina have a competitive procurement for renewable energy resources, or CPRE rider similar to North Carolina? And that was enacted by House 589 in 2017, subject to check.
That is correct.
And does South Carolina have a REPS rider that was driven by state policy in 2007?
No.
Do South Carolina customers pay for incremental costs associated with REPS compliance?
And so I would say on that, there was a framework worked out when we started as part of Senate Bill 3. So that's what started this. And Senate Bill 3 said there is that the utility should pay a premium for renewable energy. And I believe there was a report that said that this would kind of stimulate the industry. And so there was a premium approved to pay up to a certain cap per customer class with a target goal of achieving a certain percentage of renewable energy. Renewable energy. And it was based on the North Carolina retail sales. So it was not applicable to South Carolina.
Okay. And Duke is not required to retire RECs or renewable attributes, renewable or environmental attributes in South Carolina for demonstration with compliance with a renewable portfolio standard or other
there is no
policy.
renewable portfolio standard in South Carolina.
Does Duke allocate its REPS compliance costs along to wholesale customers in North Carolina?
So I'm stretching here a little bit, but I think the wholesale customers have a responsibility to comply. And I believe there are some wholesale customers by contract where the company does that on their behalf. But again, it's not my area that I'm over. So
sure.
I'm a little fuzzy on that.
No, that's a perfect restatement. Would you agree that Senate Bill 3 did establish separate requirements for REPS compliance for Duke, Dominion, and municipal and electric cooperatives in North Carolina?
Yes.
And would you agree that the commission does not approve REPS riders for cooperative and municipal electric service providers, but co-ops and municipal service providers do file compliance plans and reports with the commission?
That sounds about right.
Is it Duke's position that the carbon reduction goals established in House 951 are applicable to all electric suppliers in North Carolina?
No.
Subject to check.
I believe there's a provision that with under a certain number of customers, it doesn't apply.
Yeah, and that would exclude Dominion, that certain number
Yes.
of customers, I
Yes.
believe, as well. Correct. Thank you.
And I would just clarify part 1 of HB 951, the
Okay.
carbon reduction section.
Yep. And again, you're reading my mind here, where I'm going. I was going to ask you about part 1 and part 2.
Okay.
So you would agree that part 1 are the authorized carbon reduction goals that are applicable to Duke Energy, and the commission would be as responsible for approving the plan to meet those carbon reduction goals.
Yeah, that's part 1, section 1.
And part 2 is entitled Authorized Performance-Based Regulation of Electric Public Utilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are other provisions within House 951, but those are among the most significant elements of the legislation. Would you
Yes.
agree? Were you involved in any of the deliberations surrounding House 951's enactment?
So I did provide some technical expertise input to questions that were asked.
Yeah. But you would agree, and I think you indicated this just a moment ago, that cooperatives and other wholesale customers were specifically excluded from the requirements from having to provide a plan to the commission for approval.
Yes. But I would say, you asked about South Carolina and wholesale, and I just do think about them differently. To the extent that wholesale customers are purchasing power from the electric utilities, from DEC and DEP, and complying with state law is a part of that cost of service, that those are appropriate costs to be passed on to the customers that we serve, that receive that energy, whether it's our retail customers or our wholesale customers. I think about South Carolina differently because, we have a resource plan before this commission, we have a resource plan before the South Carolina Commission. And to the extent that those resource plans that get approved don't align, then we need to figure out a way to allow for that. And I think we can with some accounting provisions. But there is no resource plan pending before FERC. And so I think of it differently.
Were you present at the commencement of this proceeding when Kendall Bowman testified on direct and on the settlement?
Yes.
And during that discussion, I asked Ms. Bowman a series of questions and indicated that Duke and NCEMC don't always align on how we prioritize reliability and affordability. Do you recall those discussions?
That I don't, but I will accept that.
Thank you. And in this proceeding, and you have testified to this, that there are cost impacts to customers being experienced, upward pressure on rates for all of Duke's customers. Is that correct?
Can you rephrase the question or restate the question?
So would you agree that your testimony indicates that there is upward pressure on electric bills expressed in Duke's resource plan?
Yes, the resource plan does create increases in bills.
Does that include upward pressure on rates for both retail customers and wholesale customers?
Yes, yes. I didn't provide those rate impacts.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was my next question. Duke did not provide in the plan an impact on wholesale customer rates?
Not in the, no. I did not provide any. My team did not calculate any. I can't speak to what the wholesale team might have provided to wholesale customers.
Thank you. And again, recognizing you're not an attorney here, but is it your impression that the planning process, a planning proceeding like this, the decisions the commission would make on things such as the inclusion of RZEP projects or the timeline by which the carbon reduction goals are met would impact or influence the rate of wholesale or transmission customers?
Yes, I think that's fair to say, and that's probably why your client was, given opportunity to intervene in this proceeding. And so I do think it's relevant, but from what I read of the testimony is that your expert witness, supported the plan that we're putting forward. And so I think in terms of specifically what rates wholesale customers need to pay, that is not, that's something that's going to be subject to the terms of those wholesale power contracts, power supply contracts. And then if either party thinks those aren't just, that's a matter to be taken up with FERC.
Thank you. Were you present when Mr. Roberts was testifying on rebuttal earlier this morning or afternoon? And I asked Mr. Roberts a series of questions about projected transmission cost impacts. Did you hear that discussion?
Yes.
And I indicated that the projections indicate transmission rates are projected to double over the next 5 years. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I recall that discussion.
And would you agree that at least some of the driver for those forecasted rate increases are Duke's efforts to build the red zone projects to enable Duke to achieve the carbon reduction set out in 951?
So I'm not sure I can agree with that. I do think it's the RZEP projects. So I don't know. I really can't say what's in those. I'm not familiar with that email. I'm not familiar with the projections or what is included or not included.
If the cost increases do materialize, would you agree that there will be upward pressure from those transmission costs on wholesale and retail rates?
Yeah, so I think the RZEP projects, if we want to talk about those. So one, I'm a little hesitant to say that they're driven by House Bill 951. You know, would we do those projects anyway to, increase capacity? Are they the right projects to do? I think that's probably a question for a different panel. But in terms of how we allocate them, I know for I heard Mr. Roberts say that FERC had indicated that the load ratio share was a reasonable allocation methodology to use. I will say on the retail side, the RZEP 1.0 projects, that some of those projects were included in the multi-year rate plans that were before this commission last year. And so we included them in the multi-year rate plan and in the revenue requirements, and they were included with that same load ratio share allocator, so a transmission demand allocator. And I don't recall anybody raising that issue in the rate case, but this commission did approve the revenue requirements with that transmission demand allocator or load ratio share allocator.
And would you agree that North Carolina EMC was not a intervener in the rate case? We were denied intervention?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Generally, the more those production or transmission costs are incurred over a shorter time frame, would you agree that it's likely that Duke would seek to recover those costs in a similarly compressed time frame?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. So to the extent that Duke is incurring costs on the production or transmission level over a compressed time frame, is Duke more likely to seek to recover those costs in a similarly compressed time frame?
I think when the projects go in service, we would seek to include them in rates, and whether that's as part of a multi-year rate plan or a general rate case, that would be determined whenever that time comes.
And I realize the question as structured might have been a little confusing, but would you agree that you want to reduce regulatory lag between incurring costs and recovering those costs?
Yes. I was a little thrown off with capital versus in service, and
thank you. All right. I'm going to move on to benefits. Now, we've talked a little bit about costs and benefits, and starting with benefits. This is on line 14 of your rebuttal testimony, or excuse me, I think it is on page 12, line 14. You discuss costs and benefits together. Try the right line reference there.
okay. Page 12, line 14?
Yes.
Yep.
So just with regard to the benefits that are included here, does this include energy and capacity benefits to customers?
I'm sorry, I might have the wrong line number. Let me just check with my co-panelist.
Oh, I may have given you this.
It's not matching up for me.
Okay. Yeah, I have page 12, line 14 says specifically that the company's short-term action plan builds on the foundation for compliance.
Yes, I've made an incorrect reference in the line number. I apologize here with regard to the reference to the costs and benefits. With regard to the benefits that are being received by retail customers from the carbon plan investment, would you agree that it includes energy and capacity benefits, the cost to serve those customers?
Yes.
Would it include reliability benefits for those customers?
Yes.
Does it include the environmental attributes associated with those resources?
Yes.
To the extent that Duke seeks to assign costs to non-retail customers, would they also receive those same benefits associated with those resources?
I'm not sure.
Subject to check, would you agree that Duke and its wholesale and NCMC do not have a contract that provides for allocation or assignment of any environmental attributes associated with resources, with the resources procured for under 951?
So I'm not aware of that because I'm not in that area. I will say, I know there's been some discussion about this, and I already said I'm not the FERC rate making expert, but from a retail side, I know that we allocate costs based on cost causation, and we try to stay away from allocating costs based on benefits. And we view those two as different. And that was an issue in, I believe, the rate cases that were filed in 2019 and then lasted until kind of early 2021, whether you should allocate costs based on benefits or cost causation. And our witness testified that she believes that they should be allocated based on cost causation, and allocating based on benefits would be a deviation from how we have typically allocated costs. And I agree with her on that.
But would you agree that there may be benefits being realized by Duke as a result of these investments that aren't flowing commensurate with the cost being assigned to its non-retail customers?
And so I still think, based on how you use the system, the kilowatt hours that you receive, the KW demand that you place on the system, that that's the appropriate way to allocate demand and energy related costs.
To the extent that Duke does obtain environmental attributes or environmental claims from generation to comply with 951, would those benefits be available or applied to Duke's customers in South Carolina?
I believe, so I don't know what you mean by environmental attributes. I mean, I think it's not that we're separating them out and selling them separately, like they were with the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard.
Sure.
But to the extent South Carolina receives energy from a resource that is carbon free, I think that they would be able to say that they're receiving energy from a resource that's carbon free.
And in the event, I'm posing a hypothetical here, federal law changed and required a carbon reduction mandate, would those environmental attributes that South Carolina receive the benefits of potentially position them favorably to comply with that federal mandate?
Yes, and that would assume that they don't opt out of a particular resource. And so that's probably one of the reasons that I think that there's still a pathway to alignment between North Carolina and South Carolina on the resource plan, even though they don't have a specific HB 951.
Great. And I think I'm going to try to streamline a little bit here too to wrap things up. Back to kind of our opening dialogue about fairness and equity and cost allocation. Do place a significant weight on those principles of equity and fairness as well. Would you agree?
Yes.
Do you think this commission similarly places significant weight on equity and fairness and cost allocation decisions?
Yes.
And the public staff as well?
Yes. Although we sometimes disagree, but yes.
I'm going to forego some exhibits that I had planned to admit and just move along here. All right. So just to wrap things up, coming back to Ms. Bowman's testimony and our discussion today, as I stated earlier, Duke and NCMC don't always agree on how to prioritize reliability and affordability. Would you agree?
I don't recall, but if that's what she said, then okay. I agree.
But as you indicated earlier, you understand and you testified that Mr. Fall's testimony largely supports Duke's requested plan in this proceeding, and that a longer compliance runway is appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. A longer compliance runway would allow more time to resolve differences between parties that have been expressed today regarding affordability, reliability. Would you agree?
When you say longer runway, do you mean the P3 portfolio or?
Yes.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Or I mean the non-2030, but a longer runway.
Yeah,
than
the
2030
P3
compliance
that
with the,
we've proposed, yes.
then the interim, for compliance with the interim targets.
Yes, I think the modeling panel testified that they don't think, P1 is even feasible.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. Redirect from Duke.
Thank you. Just very briefly, Ms. Bateman, you were discussing with counsel for NCMC a number of issues, and one of those issues involved a discussion around the upward pressure on rates that is being considered in this case resulting from the CPIRP. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And briefly, can you just remind this commission, big picture in this case, what are the rate impacts, bill impacts that are at stake or being considered with respect to the CPIRP, and what are those bill impacts when taking into account impacts of inflation has been discussed as well?
Yeah. So I would point to my rebuttal testimony on page 7. I had listed the initial rate impacts, CAGRs, the annual percent increases that were filed as part of the supplemental update on that chart. But then also in response to Public Staff Witness Williamson, he had pointed out that we had not updated some of the inputs to the rate impact calculation when we filed the supplemental update. And so we updated those and the rate impacts decreased. So for example, through 2038, the original supplemental filing had a 3.6% annual increase and average annual increase through 2038. And the update was 3% average annual increase through 2038. And hold on, just getting my numbers right here. Yeah, so originally 3.6 and then updated 3.0. And when you compound that cumulatively over the 14-year period, the 3.6 comes out to 64%. And I think one of the SIGFER witness, Mueller, had said that was almost or nearly double. So it's really 64%, not 100%. But then the updated number would be 52%. So if you take that 3% and compound it over the 14 years, it's 52%. And then to Commissioner Hughes's question about, what's the real increase once you adjust for inflation? So there's some amount of increase that you would expect just from normal inflation. You can't expect something that you can, to 14 years from now, to buy something for the same price that you can buy it for today. So that normal inflation, if you compound over 14 years, would give you about a 40% increase. And so the difference is about 10%. And so that's what I think kind of over the normal increases that you would expect from inflation, the impact of the P3 resource plan would be about a 10% increase. And for the typical residential customer, that's about $15 a month.
So to summarize, taking out the impacts of inflation, by 2038, the total impact to customer is what of the plan?
For the typical residential customer, about $15 a month.
Okay.
15.
And as we're thinking about, this commission is thinking about upward pressure on rates, you also discussed with Mr. Dodge, and there's been extensive discussion in this case about the pace of execution. in terms of the CPIRP. Can you just comment generally again, how does the pace of execution impact and relate to and correlate to bill impacts in this case?
Yeah, and so
Maybe
the-
just at a simple level, is it true that faster pace of execution, all things being equal, will increase bill rates? Slower pace of execution will result in a lower bill impact, correct?
yes, I would say that's correct.
And would you agree that there's risks associated with moving at too slow a pace of execution?
Yes, absolutely.
And there was also discussion with Mr. Dodge about the benefits of the carbon plan and carbon plan execution. Do you recall those discussions?
Yes.
Would you agree that one of the benefits of the proposed CPIRP is that it provides for a orderly retirement of end-of-life coal assets?
Yes.
And are there risks associated with not pursuing an orderly transition?
Yes.
Would you agree that one of the benefits of the company CPIRP is a replacement of those end-of-life coal units with a balanced all of the above portfolio of resources?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that suite of benefits provided by the company CPIRP is why it's also proposing that the South Carolina Commission approve the exact same resource plan?
Yes.
So while compliant with HB 951, the company believes the CPIRP is in fact consistent with prudent utility practice and the most reasonable, least cost, least risk plan for customers.
Yes.
And all customers, wholesale, retail, North Carolina, South Carolina, will receive the benefits of a prudent plan that's reflected in the CPIRP, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Durack. I'll check to see if any of the commissioners have questions. Chair Mitchell.
Two very quick ones, Ms. Bateman. I'm trying to find the reference in your rebuttal testimony, but I recall that you testified that the after the supplemental work that you all did, the supplemental modeling work that you did, you noticed that the disparity in rates between DEP and DEC lessened or was ameliorated. Am I recalling your testimony correctly?
Yes, I
Okay.
think that's page 7.
Okay, and can you tell me why that, to the extent that you know, just at a high level, why did that happen?
Well, I don't think it was, I think we saw a big change from the last CPIRP, and so they weren't that far apart. But in this one, you're right, in the supplemental update, they came even closer together.
Do you know what was going on in terms of planning for the system that might have caused that outcome?
I don't. I'm thinking it has something to do with the nuclear units, but I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, that's fair. I missed my chance to ask Mr. Snyder. All right, the other question I have for you is a little bit of a left field question, but are you familiar with the costs that the companies recover through the fuel rider?
Yes.
Okay, and do the companies typically recover fuel transportation costs, both intrastate and interstate costs through the fuel rider? And if the answer is you don't know that fine a detail, that's fine. I just was hoping you might know. Your colleagues seem to punt a lot of questions to you.
I think the answer is it's complicated, and I think it might be different between DEP and DEC.
Okay, that's fair. All right. All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Questions on commission questions? Duke?
No questions.
Okay, seeing none, that comes to the end of testimony from this panel. I will hear motions from SIGFER.
Thank you. At this time, SIGFER would move admission of its SIGFER 2 and 3 Cross Carolinas Utility Operations Panel rebuttal exhibits 1 through 3.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And Duke, you do not have any exhibits to move into the record, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So thank you for your testimony. You may step down and you may be excused.
Duke Energy calls the Economic Development and Growth Panel to the stand, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. You've all previously testified and been sworn. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, well, let's get you sworn. For those who have not been sworn in, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hands. And you testify that do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Beginning with Mr. Stillman, can you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Philip Stillman and my business address is 525 South Tryon, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services as the managing director of load forecasting, and corporate strategic regulatory initiatives.
Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities with Duke Energy?
Yes, I oversee the development of the long-term electric load forecast for each of the Duke jurisdictions and the long-term gas forecast for Ohio and Kentucky jurisdiction. And I'm also responsible for supporting the enterprise-wide regulatory initiatives across all of Duke Energy's territories and assisting with the execution of regulatory strategy.
Turning to you, Mr. Tate, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Andrew Tate. My business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as Managing Director of Economic Development for North Carolina.
Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, my responsibilities include managing Duke Energy's North Carolina Economic Development Team, which includes 4 colleagues with specific geographic territories across the state, in addition to working counties in eastern North Carolina. In total, the team works directly with the 83 counties served by the companies in North Carolina.
Turning to you, Mr. Edge, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Chris Edge. My business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27610.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as Vice President of Large Business Customers.
Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, my current strategic and operational responsibilities include leading the team that is responsible for the relationships with Duke's largest customers. That would include our commercial, large industrial, large institutional, large military, and those responsibilities span each of the 6 states in which Duke operates electric utilities.
Turning back to you, Mr. Stillman, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 38 pages and 1 confidential rebuttal exhibit?
Yes, we did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And your rebuttal testimony contains confidential information, and your rebuttal exhibit 1 is confidential, correct?
Correct.
Did you also prepare and cause to be pre-filed a summary of the panel's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, I would ask that this panel's rebuttal testimony and rebuttal testimony summary be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, the panel's rebuttal testimony containing confidential provisions along with a summary of the rebuttal testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. I would also ask that the panel's 1 confidential exhibit be pre-marked for identification to be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Seeing no objection, the confidential exhibit will be marked as identified.
Thank you. The Economic Development and Growth Panel is now available for questions from the parties and the commission on the rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Smith with EDF.
Good afternoon. Ben Smith for Environmental Defense Fund. I just have a few questions, and I believe these will be to you. Well, just turn to page 9 of your rebuttal testimony, please. And looking at line 15 and a question to Mr. Edge about how does the environment compare to the company's experience in recent history over the last 20 years? A portion of this answer is beginning at line 15, the size, scale, and speed of economic development of mega projects has dramatically increased over the past 2 years. Duke Energy has played a critical role in partnering with local and state economic development entities to ensure the successful recruitment of these highly competitive mega projects to the company's service areas. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Are the company's competitive retail rates for commercial and industrial customers a part of their successful recruitment?
And I'll let my colleague, Mr. Tate, as well opine, but yes, I believe they are.
And have you found that your industrial and commercial rates are attractive to potential new customers when they're considering moving operations to the state?
Yes.
And have you found that potential new large users are interested in innovative rate designs to allow them to meet their needs?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with the MOU between that's been publicized between the companies Nucor, Google, Microsoft, et cetera?
Yes, in general terms.
And knowing that this rate design has not yet been filed, I'm sort of throwing a hypothetical, so I apologize, but would you consider this the type of prospective rate design that the companies could use to help recruit new highly competitive mega projects?
The intent, well, they're early in their development. Of course, that was part of our press release. And I think the intent is to develop opportunities, programs, rates included, that based on parties that are part of that agreement as well, that seek to accommodate the reliable resources in order to meet the needs, energy needs of those customers, and do so in a manner that weighs the balance of potentially carbon-free opportunities to help accelerate such resources. So to the extent they can be incorporated in rate design or through other mechanisms or what the parties intend to explore.
Thank you. And I'm going to step back to this recruitment idea again. As you've helped recruit potential new users to the state, do you recall that any potential users objecting to the company's generation mix, what they use to generate electricity?
As Mr. Tate is generally in the front end of our recruitment, I'll yield to him.
Can you restate the question? I believe it was relative to any prospective customers objecting to our current generation mix or energy stack.
That's right.
So today's energy stack, not future energy stack.
Let's start with today's.
So it's very common for a prospective economic development customer to ask us about our existing generation mix, whether that's specific to the jurisdiction, and to also ask about how that generation mix might change over time. So in that regard, the carbon plan, the IRP process helps inform and cast a vision for a prospective company to understand the type of energy that they might be buying in the future.
And have you found that the companies have been successful in explaining their future plans to potential large industrial and commercial customers?
Yes, we explain that we have plans and the opportunity to check and adjust those plans through a regulatory process.
No further questions.
So that comes to the end of cross-examination. Redirect from Duke.
No redirect. Thank you.
So we're now on commission questions, and I have two very brief questions for the panel. Can you provide any update to the growth projections related to large load customers since the fall 2023 large load forecast?
So I think I would point to the panel's rebuttal, and there's an exhibit in there. You find the page. Thank you. Page 29. What this attempts to show is what we've seen with the economic development since we filed the supplemental planning analysis, which is the kind of, it's one of the dotted lines on there. Unfortunately, there's a lot of dotted lines, but then it shows the progression from that time frame when we filed the supplemental through what we've seen just recently. And you'll notice that all of those lines for Duke Energy for the Carolinas are clustered together. So I know there's been testimony that has said that some companies have dropped out or slowed their expansion plans. There's been others that have come in to take the place. So when you look at the portfolio in total, it's very similar to what it was when we filed the supplemental plan analysis.
Okay, thank you. And are you able to quantify the percentage of large load customers that are manufacturing or other industry and the percentage that are data centers?
Yes.
Okay.
So roughly, and I'll focus on what we filed with the supplemental analysis. In that filing, roughly 45% of the, and I'm talking in terms of megawatts by the time you get out to 2033. So after we get through the next number of years as they ramp in the service, about 45% of that load is data center. And then about 50% is manufacturing. And then there's a small percent of, I don't add the crypto miners as part of the data center. I kind of hold them all separate, and they're about 3-4% somewhere in there.
Okay. So currently the projection is manufacturing has the greatest percentage amount for
It's
the new load.
About 50% of it, yes.
Okay. And my last question is, what should the commission know about the differences between manufacturing customers versus the data center customer related to operating characteristics?
I may need some help.
If this is the panel to answer the question.
Well, we can attempt to provide some clarity. In general terms, data centers absent of crypto, and again, data centers, sometimes when we speak about data centers in the general context these days, very popular topic, may include crypto. But generally, data centers are very high load factor, very large energy intensive type customers. And what I mean by load factor is they sometimes operate in the realms of 95+%, meaning they're operating at a consistent load factor 365 days a year, seven days a week, 24 hours. And again, I'm looking at from a load perspective. Manufacturing can vary depending on the type of manufacturer. There is certain types of manufacturing, semiconductors, as example, that may also operate with the same types of characteristics, but generally based on shifts and operational production characteristics, sometimes you see differences in load factors. That's in a very, very general term.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let me check to see if any of the other commissioners have questions. Commissioner Tucker?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Economic forecasting is a driver for some of these hearings. Obviously, everybody goes, data centers are coming, more manufacturing companies are coming left and right. What connects you guys with economic development within the state? And then how do you prioritize those customers? Like, are they in a funnel where they're A, B, and C, and the A's have made a material investment in the state? B, maybe signed a commitment letter, and C, some of them are coming or they may drop out. How do you quantify all that? Because everybody's talking about data centers. Well, when they're not great employers, they set up and they run and they use a lot of power, but after they're finished, the employment's gone for the most part. What do you, how do you do that? I mean, we're going to ramp up, or excuse me, Duke's going to ramp up and try to supply all the power that these particular comers have or need. What's the formula that you use that it's real or not? So we can kind of, for me to understand, forecasting.
Yeah. So I'll start, and then I'll ask Mr. Tate or Mr. Edge to add to where I may miss something. But I think kind of the progression that you mentioned is very close to what we do. So what we've done is we've looked at a lot of these projects as they're coming in and as the team is working with the customers. And essentially, we developed that tier, just like you mentioned. So have they signed an electric service agreement? That's kind of the highest tier. That shows the highest level of commitment that that customer is real and will materialize. Right below that is a letter of intent. Again, it's a signed letter. It's customers making a commitment. They're negotiating with us seriously. And then the tier right below that is something that we call the pipeline or the advanced stages of commitment. And that's very close to having signed a letter of intent or getting to that stage. It's where the economic development team is working with those customers. Those customers are beginning to make commitments to the Carolinas. So we feel very certain that will continue to progress. If it's below that, below those tiers, we're not considering those in the forecast. And I think this is where we differ from some of our other utilities that are considering the whole pipeline as they announce the level of megawatts or the number of companies that they're expecting to see in their pipeline out through time. We've been fairly conservative and only captured those more certain entities or customers. And I don't know, Mr. Tate or Mr. Edge, if you have anything to add or correct what I just said.
I'll just add one thing, that we don't prioritize a manufacturing class of customer as opposed to a data center, or discriminate between those two in either way. We react to the load ramp and the timeline, the service delivery request that they provide to us.
Okay, because your forecast has really got to be somewhat close before you give it to Mr. Snyder and they start doing their modeling and what the company needs to do. I mean, it's critical because you can miss your forecast and the company proceed down the road of overbuilding. And that's certainly critical. The other thing I think earlier, Mr. Edge mentioned the MOU. Was it? Yes, sir.
There's a question from one of council.
Right. The MOU, and I'll just state this, in my 20 years of public service, both on the local, county, and state level, I've seen MOUs, and they didn't ever amount to a great deal of anything. I really can't remember one that came to fruition. And then I had the opportunity to meet the Google Public Affairs rep at a meeting in Asheville at CROOK, and I asked her, did the MOU mean MONEY? And she kind of stumbled and never responded. With these data centers coming, the requirement for power, does that MOU, are they going to put any money into being a partner with Duke on trying to supply power to the various data centers? I mean, you know, you got big money, Google, all those guys, Amazon, Facebook, all of them saying, yeah, but I mean, where are we with that? They haven't done so far. But in Rutherford and all the data centers we have, I hadn't seen any partnership with Duke to help offset some of the costs.
Yeah, again, as I tried to address council earlier, the MOU is in its early stages since its announcement. So there's fine tuning, there's further development from the parties. I think the parties have expressed willingness to the extent that it makes sense. There could be some, creative whether it's rate making, whether it's financial contributions, things that would attempt to accelerate decarbonization based on the types of usage they need. And importantly, at least in our discussions, whether reflected in the MOUs or not, is to protect other ratepayers. And that's been in our conversations with those other parties. There's a certain sensitivity by those parties recognizing they don't want to create any cost shifts. So that's the philosophical intent around the MOUs, is to set a compass and really work together towards that compass.
Okay, Mr. Edge, I'm counting on you to hold them to it and get some green stuff in the discussion and agreements. Thank you.
Okay, so questions on commission questions?
No questions.
Okay, seeing no questions, I will receive a motion from Duke.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. At this time, I'd move that the panel's one confidential rebuttal exhibit be accepted into the record at this time.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. You may step down and be excused.
She has some person.
So Duke, my notes show that you have no additional panels or witnesses to call. Is that correct?
That is correct. We
Okay.
have completed the rebuttal case of the companies. I do believe we have one procedural item briefly, if we may.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. The commission's February, or are we to the point on procedural, we address briefs and proposed orders, or did you have any closing matters before we get to that very important topic?
Let's go ahead and I'll receive your motion on briefs and proposed orders.
Thank you. The commission's February 15th procedural order identified that briefs and proposed orders would do 15 business days from the close of the hearing. Conferring with counsel for Duke and canvassing the other parties, we think there would be value to additional time, limited additional time, recognizing the important decision the commission has to make and the significant record by the end of the year. So we would propose 30 calendar days from the close of the hearing, which, assuming the hearing closed today, which would be September 4th, Wednesday, versus August 27th, which would be the 15 business days. So a limited additional time. If the commission was feeling extra generous and it's after 5 o'clock, we could say the 5th, but we'll take the 4th and be very happy and appreciative. So I would just observe that negotiating against myself there. So if it would be acceptable to the commission, we'd ask for 30 calendar days from today, September 4th, for briefs and proposed orders to be due in the proceeding.
Well, the commission is going to be a little less generous. However, we will give you an extension of time close to what you're asking for. Before I make a ruling, does anyone else wish to be heard? Ms. Kress.
SIGFR just has a brief procedural matter with respect to its late filed exhibit number 1. If now is the appropriate time, or I can wait.
Well, I'll hear any additional motions regarding, if there's something different regarding proposed orders and briefs. If not, I'll go ahead and make a ruling on proposed orders and briefs. Okay, so we will provide less generosity. Post-hearing briefs and proposed orders should be filed with the commission in docket number E-100 sub 190 by no later than Tuesday, September the 4th, 2024. So it's 1 day less than what you had requested, Mr. Brashworth. Excuse me, September 3rd, 2024.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kress.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, when SIGFR witnesses Mueller and Collins were on the witness stand this past Thursday, a late filed exhibit was offered to be filed no later than the next calendar day, which in fact it was on Friday, August 2nd, pertaining to power quality data and the way in which Charlotte Pipe and Foundry tracks and records and attempts to diagnose power quality incidents that happen on its side of the meter. That exhibit was filed in docket number E-100 sub 190A on Friday, and we would request at this time that it be admitted into the record.
Okay, seeing no objection, SIGFR late filed exhibit number 1, which was filed in commission docket number E-100 sub 190A on August 2nd, 2024, will be accepted into the record.
Thank you.
Are there any additional procedural matters from the parties? Okay. And out of an abundance of caution, any exhibits identified during the course of the hearing but not accepted into the record are received into evidence at this time and should be copied into the record at the appropriate time. And with that, I want to thank the parties, the witnesses, and the attorneys for their work in this proceeding. And we have come to the conclusion of the evidentiary hearing, and it will be adjourned. Thank you very much, and we'll go off the record.